Okay, finally. Sorry, as some of you knew, I'm half Japanese, and these delays of, I don't know, several minutes is difficult to bear. Okay, here we are, and I'm very happy to welcome you in the paradise, but the real one, okay? It really exists, and despite the rain yesterday, you realize that today is more warm and more close to what really Canary Islands is. Well, anyway, I'm very proud of more than 50 professors or researchers of our ERUA Alliance have arrived here safely, and they are enjoying already the stay. Not only that, but also our friends, our family of the Ukraine universities that already are here. Please also, I want to thank that you reach our islands, and for us, well, actually, they touch us from the bottom of our hearts, that you are warmly welcome in our institution. Well, for me to be part of this incredible event that has been enriched with your presence this year and for the future as well, and hopefully more years with the same people. I learned something like this from Poland. We really want to say thank you for your dedication. I mean, to teach is a privilege. To teach new generations that are going to build our future is an incredible luck. Well, the good thing is that you dedicate your life to teach, and at the same time they pay you for that. That is incredible. And I'm always thankful that I'm able to learn with my students in a always back and forward relation. It's not only one professor speaking to the students, it's a professor that learns and understands how the students are, like a DJ watching the students if they have to dance like this or they have to dance in another way. And they are able to, you have to be able to understand their spirit. And my God, the spirit is changing every day. And it's very difficult to put the proper music in order to make them understand the challenges that they have to face for the future. Myself, I love the subject, to be innovative, to be anarchic sometimes with my students if possible. Once I talked to you yesterday, we talked about architecture, and I was able to organize a very kind of strange experiment in which my students of architecture, they have to prepare a theater play in only 1 week and perform it in 5 days. That was a big challenge. I mean, they didn't knew even the subject of the thing, but they were able to face the challenge and be in 5 days actors, dancers, painters, scenographers, lighting designers. That was an incredible experimental experience. And I think that this is, it was a challenge only for 5 days, and the students were able to take it. Therefore, I believe that students they can get everything that we can imagine. And it's true. We need imagination, we need creativity in order to catch their spirits and pull these spirits to the future, because this is our duty. And in order to do that, we have to be innovative. And in order to do that, we need support. We need a network. We need all of you working in the same direction, because when we do the same things, going in the same directions, we really can make the difference for the future. Therefore, I want to thank absolutely, first of all, our colleagues of the university. Thank you for continuing pulling these incredible days and international days in order to find these answers that we always need to find. And thank you to come to the paradise, to enjoy all together, to discover how we can find these answers for our future generations. Thank you very much. And now, go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. You're welcome. And we will start this special session. So this will be the room A, and in the other side you will have the room B. Okay. Enjoy your day and have a good day.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, I have to start. This is the flipped classroom. Yes. You can sit there. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? Yes. Welcome to this session on flipped classroom. I'm Edith Cognini from Macerata, the University of Macerata in central Italy. I'm really glad to welcome you this morning, and I'm honored to chair this session. And so our first paper is by Diana Yankova. Am I pronouncing well? Yeah. Yankova, from New Bulgarian University, and the title of her paper is Developing Soft Skills for Law Students Through the Flipped Learning Method. I just remember you that you have, all of the presenters have 15 minutes to present their paper, and then 5 minutes for debate, question and answers. So if you are ready, we can start. Okay, just 1 second. Okay. Microphone. Okay, thank you. Welcome to my talk. As our chair said, I'm going to be talking about developing soft skills for law students through the flipped learning method. The structure of my presentation is the following. I'll be talking about hard skills versus soft skills, why lawyers need soft skills, lawyers and legal practitioners in general, practical strategies for teaching soft skills, flipped learning, why flipped learning, which are the benefits, which are the drawbacks, and I'll present a sample lesson for developing soft skills for legal practitioners. I have some handouts, yeah, they're about 20, yeah. Okay, so hard skills versus soft skills, okay? Hard skills are much easier to define and much easier to teach. For instance, the hard skills are technical job-related competencies and abilities needed to complete work. Abilities developed through training, and they can be tested or measured. For instance, language skills, proficiency with software, data mining skills, risk management skills, etc. Soft skills are much more difficult to identify and classify and much harder to acquire. Also, there's no consensus on the definition of soft skills. What is a soft skill? Well, one of the definitions that best reflect this for me is that social, behavioral, and emotional skills fundamental for the individual, manifested in the individual's ability to manage time, to express emotional intelligence, to successfully participate in teamwork, to communicate effectively, etc. Why do lawyers need soft skills? Why are we talking about teaching soft skills to lawyers? Because law students must acquire not only domain-specific knowledge, but also transferable soft skills. And they're the bridge between technical competence and real-world application. They're integral to the practice of law, complementing technical legal knowledge. But traditional legal education tends to emphasize doctrinal knowledge and theoretical analysis over these skills, which can leave students underprepared for the realities of legal practice. So soft skills are not really taught in law programs, in BA or MA law programs, as much as they should be. 5 groups of soft skills when we talk about lawyers again: self-awareness, self-management and self-development, social proficiency and leadership, professionalism and ethics. So, legal practitioners need to communicate clearly. I have underlined some of the skills that they need in order to function effectively as legal practitioners. So it's collaborate with colleagues, negotiate deals, analyze data, address policies, and so on. And of course, there are the important interpersonal skills, like interpersonal communication, leadership, teamwork, adaptability skills. Some strategies that can be used for teaching soft skills. Incorporate experiential learning by setting up moot courts and simulations, client interviewing sessions and negotiation simulations. What can we achieve by this is to develop communication, teamwork, and problem-solving skills. So the different strategies, they are focused on developing different types of skills that legal practitioners might need. Ask students to participate in internships and legal clinics. This develops their emotional intelligence, active listening, and adaptability. Organize role-playing exercises for developing empathy, strategic thinking, and perspective-taking. Assign group tasks or a pro bono project. This is for collaboration and cooperation. And certainly all activities they need to be followed by regular feedback and self-assessment, which is a very important part of the process. So much about soft skills. Now, why the flipped learning approach? I'm sure that many of you are acquainted with this. Maybe you're all using it in class. So let's have a look. What are the benefits of the flipped learning approach? By focusing classroom time on practical hands-on experience, we reverse the traditional model of teaching. Delivering instructional content, often online, outside the classroom, and moving active learning, including exercises and group activities, into the classroom. So a lot of work is done outside of the classroom. Work that is in traditional teaching was done in the class. Okay, so this is left for outside the classroom. For law students, flipped learning presents a powerful method for teaching soft skills, such as communication, teamwork, critical thinking, emotional intelligence, which are essential for success in the legal profession. And one of the most important things, transforming passive learning into an active, student-centered process, which is achieved through the flipped learning. And it fosters deeper engagement with both theoretical knowledge and the development of critical soft skills. So a very important element for students to become more active, and in general for the whole process to be student-centered. But certainly there are many drawbacks for when using the flipped classroom. One of them is that students may originally challenge interactive learning due to unfamiliarity with the approach. Yeah. We are traditional animals, so to say, so we prefer what we know, to do what we know. And so they might feel they're unfamiliar and sort of resist this. Also, because of their perception that it requires more effort. Well, it does require more effort, both on the part of the students and on the part of the professor, lecturer, teacher, and so on. Students are responsible for their own preparation before class. Yeah, some students, again, coming out of traditional educational systems, they're not used to this. Yeah. They have to be in charge of their own learning. Okay? Again, this is something that they have to learn to do. Also, they may feel that the instructor is stepping back from the traditional teaching role, contributing to their reluctance. Yeah, they might think we're not doing our job properly. And yet, studies show that student feedback relating to the pedagogical impact is very positive. In general, it's positive. Now, never mind these drawbacks that may occur. Okay, what we need to do in such a case is do a little bit of explaining, until they see the reason for this. Okay, and now I'd like to, am I doing okay for time? Yeah, okay. I've got a handout that if you'd like, you can have a look at that. It's a sample lesson, okay? And I couldn't put it on a slide because it would, it's like 2 pages of A4. So I'll just go through it very, very quickly. So there are 3 stages in these activities that I have put here on this handout. The skill focus is negotiation and conflict resolution. Yeah. This is not necessarily just for law students. There are many other different areas that you can use this for. So, but the skills that I intend to develop here is negotiation and conflict resolution. Now, it's roughly divided into 3 parts. We have pre-class activity, which is the self-study part. Okay, this is the part that could be new for the students if you haven't done this before. If you have, then they'll be acquainted with it. But the objective is that law students explore the theoretical foundations of negotiation tactics, conflict resolution techniques, and effective communication strategies needed for legal negotiation. The activities, well, all these resources we have to prepare ourselves, which is, again, more work on our part. Yeah. But it's more effective, so I think it's very much worth it. So a video lecture, for instance, for 20 minutes, introducing key negotiation theories, a case study, which is reading, 20 minutes, podcast episode, 10 minutes, an online quiz, 10 minutes. Yeah? Some of these we have to prepare ourselves. Some of these you can find them freely available on the internet. Yeah. If you look close enough, you can find anything, especially in English. So we're sort of lucky in that respect. So this is what they have to do before class. Yeah. So it's roughly about 60 minutes of work, which is, come on, it's not that much. Yeah. It's more work for us, but once you prepare it, you can use it, or sometimes without modification, or sometimes with little modification, again and again. Yeah. So what are the student tasks? So before class, they're asked to watch this video, read the case study, and listen to the podcast. Then they complete the quiz and reflect on how they would approach negotiation in the case study. Students are also required to prepare a negotiation strategy for one side of the case study, for instance, the plaintiff or the defendant in this case, to present during the class. What happens in the second part of this is the in-class activity, which I have factored for 90 minutes. With us at New Bulgarian University, we have usually 2 periods together, so it's precisely 90 minutes. Okay, from one break to the other. So we can easily do this without interruption for these 90 minutes. So the objective for the in-class activities are that students practice negotiation techniques and conflict resolution strategies through role-playing exercises, applying their legal knowledge to reach a mutually beneficial agreement. So we have the role-play, but before that we have a warm-up discussion, then preparation for negotiation, which is about 15 minutes. You can have a look at that. Then the role play itself, which takes about 40 minutes. Again, comprised of different elements: initial statements, bargaining phase, handling conflict, closing the deal. Feedback and reflection, 10 minutes. After that, group discussion on soft skills in negotiation. So students participate in a class discussion reflecting on the role play experience. They discuss the importance of soft skills in legal practice, particularly how empathy, active listening, and emotional intelligence impacted the outcomes of their negotiations. They also share their strategies and challenges, helping them learn from their peers' experiences. And certainly there's a third part of this activity, which is post-class activity, some assignments after the class, which could be a reflective journal, asking students to write a reflective journal. 300, 400 words. Each student writes a reflective journal entry analyzing their negotiation performance. Also, they can be asked to do a peer review, which is optional, of course, but they can exchange journals with the peer to provide feedback on each other's negotiation strategies. Yeah, I like doing peer work because it makes students more in charge of their learning process, so I think they like it. So this is very quickly, this is like a summary of what's on that handout. Now the conclusions. This lesson provides a comprehensive and immersive experience in developing negotiation and conflict resolution skills. Flipped learning presents a dynamic and effective method for teaching soft skills. By transforming traditional lectures into active experiential learning sessions, students can practice communication, critical thinking, teamwork, emotional intelligence skills. Through simulations, role-playing, group projects, and reflections, students gain practical experience in essential soft skills, preparing them for the challenges of legal practice. Certainly, we should not forget that what we should be teaching is integrating both hard and soft skills, which leads to a balanced approach in providing a comprehensive legal education. Thank you for your attention. Yeah.
Thank you for being so, to stick to the time frame so strictly. Thanks a lot. So this means that we'll have some more time for questions from the public. Do we have any questions?
And these are the references.
Yes.
The
Microphone.
question always to the microphone in order to the people who is connecting online can hear you. Thanks.
I adore this method, and I want to use it by myself with my legal students of law. But my question is about, I think, bottleneck of this procedure. I mean, giving feedback. There are 10 minutes planned for giving feedback, but I suppose there is a whole class, yes? Something like 20 students or so performing simultaneously this role-play game. Do I understand correctly?
You talk about the feedback, yeah?
Yes.
Or, yeah, well, the feedback is like the instructor provides feedback in this case, yeah?
But it takes a lot of time. I know from my experience, telling what went wrong or what was very good, and this is only 10 minutes. So my question is, how do you do it practically?
You highlight just the main points. There isn't enough time for everything, you know.
Okay.
I have envisaged 10 minutes for feedback and reflection, but it's highlighting the main points.
Okay.
Yeah?
And you
Because
yes?
supposedly they'll be repeating such activities, yeah. So you give them feedback for like, supposedly next time they will have internalized what the first feedback that you have given them. So next time you focus on something else, and the third time on something else, because otherwise, you know, you cannot do everything in 90 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, but I suppose there are pairs of students, several pairs, or 10 or 15. Okay, and you must go between pairs and listen what they are talking about, yes?
Yeah.
And you do it?
Yeah.
And it works?
It works. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I have to try it myself because it sounds fantastic.
Yeah. You know, the idea is for the professor, for the lecturer, for the teacher is not to be a teacher anymore, but a moderator and facilitator. You know, you shouldn't be the active person in class. Students should be the active people. Yeah. So you go around and all students do work all the time. Yeah, it's not like just two people talking and the rest of the class listening to them. So
And you just listen to them.
you just listen and help if somebody didn't understand something, or if somebody is trying to, you know, if he or she is having some kind of problems. Yeah.
I love it. I must try it by myself.
Thank you. Well, yeah.
Great. Do we have any other questions or reactions? We have time for another questions. Please do. I think you can. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I just want to give a reaction because my colleague and I was sitting there. We're talking about flipped classroom in humanities, so but from a very different perspective, and there are a lot of points of contact that it will be interesting to talk about it later.
Okay. Yeah. We can do that after.
Okay, but anyway, there is this resistance at the very beginning because they are not
In students.
mainly in students because they are not accustomed to this kind of different type of teacher who passes between the desks and helps, you know. So it's something which bring a change.
They're not
great
used to this
change.
because they haven't done this in school. Yeah.
Of course.
And they come to university and they find it a little bit strange, but they get used to it. Especially if you think of enjoyable activities and they see the point of this and they see their learning, I think they get used to it very quickly. So I think we should all give it a try. Yeah. I mean,
Okay, thank you very much for this stimulating intervention.
okay.
And then we have another presentation from New Bulgarian University, but online, if I'm not mistaken. So, thank you. She's not connected? Okay. Okay, so I'm calling to the desk Dmitro Andrianov. Should be online, but she's not connected yet. Welcome, Dmitro Andrianov from Taras Shevchenko National University of Kiev. Yeah. Just some technical time. It was unexpected, actually, so you're welcome.
I'll be using my laptop. Okay.
No connection yet? Is she there? Great. So our next presentation is titled Flipping Classrooms in EdTech, Enhancing Student Engagement and Learning Outcomes. So I'll give the floor to Dimitro Andrianov, please.
Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Dmitry Andrianov. I am from Taras Shevchenko National University of Kiev, Ukraine. Thank you for the invitation for this conference. I am really glad to be here. As it was told, the name of my presentation you can see on the screen, and it was already told. I won't repeat that. And I will proceed straight to my slides. So I want to start with a quote of Albert Einstein. Education is what remains after one has forgotten what one has learned in school. So I briefly explain flipped classroom model as I understand it. Students learn new content outside the classroom, for example, with video and lectures. In class, time focuses on interactive and practical activities. So the claimed advantages are self-paced learning, enhanced peer and instructor engagement. Also, role of EdTech in these is mainly using tools for voting, discussions, feedback, and collaboration. Aim of study is the impact of flipped classrooms on engagement and learning outcomes, leveraging EdTech and case studies. Methods and objectives of my research was to approach mixed methods, combining qualitative and quantitative data. So first it was literature review, also case studies, data collection, qualitative feedback, and statistical analysis. So search strategy and data synthesis. You can see them on the screen. I won't read that, and I suggest to skip this. To the last point of this slide, which is insight integrated from Leadership Fellowship, which was this year in the as a practice in University of Florence and Nantes, but held by University of Cologne, Köln, which they demonstrated success of flipped classroom with technology. For example, when we had this fellowship, we had online voting and feedback tools, collaborative applications for group projects, and offline and online learning mixed models. So which terms were identified by me in my research? Enhanced student engagement and interactive classroom activities, effectiveness of EdTech in supporting active learning, the instructor's evolving role as a facilitator in flipped classroom. Here you see the diagram of active learning and passive learning, and in active learning from 70 to 90% of students do with a flipped classroom or what they say and write and what they do, and with passive learning also included in the flipped classroom, it's mainly 10% of what they read, 20 what they hear, 30 what they see. But active learning sometimes is better, but not for all students, because it depends on the student, of course. Flipped classroom plus EdTech, enhanced learning again. Self-paced interactive approaches foster engagement. Digital tools enable real-time feedback and collaborations. Challenges, need for instructor training, technical access, and platform reliability. And future directions, broader application in diverse educational settings, integration of emerging EdTech for personalized learning. In my next slides, I will tell that in order to perceive this flipped classroom, you need always to invest in it as a technical things, and also have good internet and other things. And it should be applicable not only for tutor, of course, but also for students. Overview of data collection, objective, access of effectiveness, and student perceptions of the flipped classroom, survey design. So I made a survey with my students applying the flipped classroom technology. And after we had this during semester flipped classroom approach, we had a survey, which administered at the beginning and end of the course, focused on learning format preferences, interaction preferences, and overall learning experience, and it was 20 students. So key survey questions was preferred learning format, interaction preferences, and overall learning experience. Here is the survey. I made it on the slide. Sorry, it might be not very big in letters, but it had 3 sections, as mentioned on the previous slide, and had 2 questions in each section. You can see them on the slide. I probably will skip them, not read. So briefly, before course 15, as a result, before course 15 out of 20 students preferred a mixed format of flipped and in-class learning, but after course all 20 students liked the flipped classroom format. Interaction preferences, majority favored mixed flipped and in-class approach, but after majority favored flipped approach, and comparison to other courses results, performance slightly higher compared to other courses taken in the same semester before, and after confirmed increase in engagement and understanding as reported by students. It was like comparison of their marks between different class also of mine without flipped classroom approach. So before it was 75% preferred a mix of flipped and in-class formats, and after everyone shifted to a preference for the flipped classroom. Conclusion: direct exposure to the flipped model positively influenced student perceptions. Analysis. Before split preferences, they had online and in-class, but after strong preference of flipped classroom with interactive tools, peer collaboration, and in-class problem solving. Learning outcomes and performance. So over 70% reported improved understanding and retention through independent study and in-class activities. As a conclusion, the flipped classroom promotes active learning and fosters academic confidence in my exact class, which I had. Conclusions after the survey, again, probably I will skip that. Okay, and enhance student engagement. So active participation, what was important during the flipped classroom approach for students and for myself as a professor. Shift from passive listening to active engagement. Examples from fellowship training in which I had: use of live polls, real-time feedback, and group discussions. So for example, during fellowship training we had in-class lectures, also online lectures with practicing combined, but also we had an online tool, kind of an app, but it was like web browser app, when you can, after each discussion, you could vote. It wasn't like evaluation or something, it was voting for some general things regarding the topic discussed at the class. And after that, the professor was receiving the results of this, and it was presented to the audience, the results, and discussed why some people take some points and different people take other points. So it was more like a psychological thing, but I think it's more applicable to any other subject. So 85% of students reported increased involvement. Student feedback, quote, "I feel more connected to the material because I am constantly doing something." So academic performance, flipped classrooms showed a 20% higher exam performance in case studies. EdTech tools reinforce retention and understanding. Self-paced learning, students revisited complex topics, addressing gaps before in-class applications. So here's quote of educator of mine, flipped classrooms give students autonomy to control their learning journey, in my opinion. So positive technology integration, key tools used. So interactive quizzes, as I mentioned before, and collaborative platforms are important to use because they engage the audience, benefits, real-time feedback, tailored teaching, also increase student participation and interest as a result. So, and students have a feedback also, my opinion, matters in shaping the class because they kind of can direct the class and what the discussion will go afterwards, but not directly with a like seminar approach or something, but with innovative tools, kind of. Increased collaboration and communication, group activities, case studies, peer reviews, as I said, benefits of collaboration such as enhanced peer learning, open communicative classroom environment. And I think flipped classroom foster a sense of community and break down barriers. So challenges of the flipped classroom, technology access. So it's usually everybody should have connectivity, strong connectivity as in class, as well as when they study at home, and professor too. Of course, student adaptation should go also well, difficulty balancing pre-class work with commitments, and it also depends on some students. Some students are just lazy, and but it's still the job of the professor to make the interest of the student to do the job. And preparation time for educators, so it takes, of course, significant upfront effort in designing materials. Content quality, poor design resources can hinder understanding. So if the content is not well prepared, it can draw some attention from students. So benefits of flipped classroom also, I have to mention it's dynamic engagement, individualized learning, flexible slave play study options, improved outcomes, higher academic performance and better retention, targeted support, so educators focus on individual needs during the class. As I said, challenges, we can skip that, I guess. So conclusions. Transformative potential, flipped classroom enhance engagement, participation, and learning outcomes, balancing challenges, addressing technology access, adaptation issues, and preparation time is critical also. And as a takeaway, a student-centered, adaptable approach suitable for diverse educational settings. Some strategies for success: invest in infrastructure, reliable digital tools and internet access, educator training also, as we do, I guess, these days, equipping teachers with skills to use flipped classroom techniques effectively, and continuous refinement, leverage students' feedback to improve the approach. And a few last slides. Preparation demands significant time investment for designing materials, technology accessibility, as I said, and student adaptation. And the future of education, transformative potential, foster active, engaged learners with critical thinking skills, careful implementation required, focus on inclusivity, adaptability, and resource management, and as a takeaway, a powerful model to revolutionize modern education when thoughtfully applied. Thank you.
Perfectly in time, notwithstanding technical minutes. Okay, so now, do you have any questions?
Thank you very much for this brilliantly structured presentation. I had a question. How long have you been applying this approach, and how large is your average class?
Sorry, do you mean average class by number of students or
Yes,
minutes?
yeah,
of
exactly.
students? So my average class is, okay, let's say 15. So it's between 10 and 20. Because we have groups in our university around 10 people, but sometimes it's like 2 groups, and so it's 20 people around. How long did I apply it? I guess for the last 2 semesters. As our university had like previous semester like offline and online approaches, but this semester it's more offline, so we can do more online before class and preparing for that and afterwards. So it's like basically a year, let's say that.
So these were 2 different groups of students, right?
What do you mean?
I mean,
what?
it's not one course 2 semester long, but 2 courses.
Yeah,
each
different
one semester.
courses. Sure.
Yeah, was there any difference in feedback? Because there is always different group dynamics. This is what I'm interested in. Or were they like more or less of the same opinion? Thank you.
So the survey I did only on 1 semester. I didn't do it. It was like first semester was just a testing. But overall, I guess first semester wasn't prepared by me that much good as a flipped classroom approach. So let's say it was 1 semester, basically the full flipped classroom approach. But overall, comparing to the first semester, students really enjoyed it, but they really wanted more from me as educator and professor. So I believe the second semester was easier for me and also less that bad. And yeah, I think second semester was good. But comparing to the groups, you always find approach to the exact group, and they find it interesting.
Yeah, I bet. Thank you very much. I wish you the best of luck with the further implementation.
Thank you.
Thank you. There is another question here. 2 other questions. Here. The front.
Thank you for your interesting presentation. Can you hear me? Yeah. I was just wondering about the survey you had. You know, they were very happy. The students were very, very happy. But were there any criticisms? Was there something they weren't happy about? Because there's always, there's always something that doesn't go well, and and because you didn't show this in the data you gave.
Yes, right. Yes, it was stated that 100% was happy with that, but of course it was criticism, as I said, in the first semester. Well, it was my downside when I didn't prepare well with some online materials I had to do, so I improved on the second semester with that for a different class. For different subject, but about criticism, some of them I couldn't say it was like too much criticism, but of course they wanted more, and they wanted kind of more in class probably discussion we on the what they had online. We had that, but we couldn't cover all the questions I gave them with online class, because it's always not enough time, and in Ukraine, we have air raids and whatever, so we have cuts of the class and we have to postpone always because of the some different things happening. Yeah.
And also, do you teach Korean?
Yeah, I teach
Really?
Korean language and literature.
So you were doing this in Korean?
No. I am doing it in Ukrainian. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm really impressed by your institution.
It's partly, if I teach Korean language, of course, it's in Korean. But mainly, of course, we discuss if there is like more general questions. It's hard to apply for the language learning, but it's more applicable, for example, for learning Korean literature.
Yeah. Okay, I'm impressed.
Thank you.
Okay.
Very good. Any other reactions? Okay. Can we go on online or? No. Okay. So here we have a lot of speakers. I don't know if there will be all of them, but I suppose they are all from Las Palmas University. We have Daura Vega Moreno, Margarita Fernandez Monroy, Margarita Esther Sánchez Cuervo e Arminda García Santana, Lucia Meliana Alzola, Isabel Sonia Granado Suarez, Luca Andres Perez Martin, and Margarita Mesa Mendoza. It's all. And of course, they're talking about their experience with the flipped classroom in a presentation called Evaluation of the Applicability of the Flipped Classroom in Higher Education from a Multidisciplinary Approach. Who of them are you?
Daura Vega Moreno.
Okay, welcome.
1 second for opening the presentation.
It's lazy this morning, no?
It's not so heavy, but... Well, while it is opening, I'm here as a voice of a group, a work team. We represent, yeah, please. Yeah, we represent a compilation of 5 different degrees here in the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. We're trying to bring here just an overview of the work that we are doing here in this university about flipped classroom. Well, you prefer to have in PowerPoint? No. Well.
So you're teaching different subjects?
I teach in marine science, but there are other colleges, that are some here in the room and some by streaming, that teach in international law, in languages, in translation, in administration and business. We have the presentation here. And we do, like, as I say, a recompilation.
Open.
And now I have the microphone open, sorry.
No, don't go. It's the other microphone, then it's capturing.
Okay. Well, as I'm explaining, we are going to see this evaluation from here from the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. I think in this room it's not necessary to explain so deeply what is flipped classroom. We saw also in the lecture before. But it's true that sometimes this active role that we expect of the student is not easy to implement, especially in the first course of a degree, doesn't mind which degree, because at least here in Spain, I don't know if in your country could be different, but at least here the students are not get used to have this active role. They expect to sit and to listen and maybe take notes, but not to speak or be active, or less to be teacher for one day. Then we have the information about the advantages of flipped classroom, and I'm going to explain some of them and our experience, but it's true that sometimes it's not easy to implement by this reason, specifically, but by this reason. The student, they don't know how benefit this methodology is going to have in them, and how important have also in the learning of they are going to earn. But well, it's difficult to explain to a 18 years old student. When of course, just in a general overview, because there are information that other colleges say before, but it's the material that we give to them is sometimes video, sometimes contents in like portfolios or reading materials that they have to prepare before at home. And as I say, sometimes they arrive to the class and they haven't prepared anything. Then the flipped classroom is no easy that works as we expect or as we prepare or we design, but is something that they have to training also on that. It's true that it works better if we at least give points of reduce the points of sometimes we don't let to enter to classes, didn't do the activities, but it's just a changing of mind, changing of mentality. But it's true that this autonomous and active role have a really improvement on learning outcomes on the student, and also in the question talk, the teachers become a facilitator of this teaching learning process. It's something that we have talked before. Flipped classroom also can be unified and give together with gamification. That has also another benefit that we have implemented here in the university, and this is the gamify flipped classroom. That combination have another also benefits more than the flipped classroom can have alone, allowing collaborative communication and problem solving. Also works on motivation of the student. The gamification have a really important impact on the motivation. The objective of this work, the work that we have done here, is to discuss the different experience developed in different degrees, specifically in 5 different degrees, with the aim of to promote active learning and the student motivation. We have information about the different degrees separately that I'll explain later, but in an integrating point of view, we'll have developed to 840 students in total, with the preparation of material questionnaire that sometimes prepare also the student by themselves. Others are prepared by the teacher and learned by the student. And of course, the main objective is to work to do the activities at classes as the flipped classroom methodology are based on. The first degree that I'm going to explain is the business and administration degrees, with different objectives to promote understanding, the critical thinking, promote skills in resolution on multiple choice question, encourage the teamwork, that is an idea that the speaker before talked about, and dynamize the teacher learning process is one of the points on learning by competence. That is something that we have to do. Of a total of 364 students, 267 students were enrolled in the flipped class in flipped class methodology, and the results that I'm going to show was taken in February of this year. In this degree, the student working in pairs, of course the methodology could change according to the degree and to the subject, but in this case they developed a multiple choice question for exam in a collaborative work and with the guidelines for construction of the exam. There are a high level of participation in this dynamic, more than 70%, and also more than 70% passing the test. It's a proportion of the role activity in that case, and more than 86% of the students pass the test that have participated in the activity. The 70% is in the total, comparing the total of the class, but that one that participate in the activity have a percentage higher than the others. Of course, as most of the ones that we work in flipped classroom knows, the application of flipped classroom have benefits for the teaching learning process, and in that case also was successful, demonstrating that it's an effective method for active learning, reducing the the uncertainty of the exam, of the test exam, because they have a lot of preparation before to doing that, and also encourage the student to reorganize and realize their own capabilities, and sometimes they also don't know by deeply, and the collaborative work. Other experience was the flipped class experience in marine science. They have a role of 120 students, the whole classes. This is students of the same class, but divided in 4 groups of around 30 students. The number are not exactly because this moves according to the group. There are quite numerous groups. The flipped classroom teaching at home was based in videos prepared by my own. This in that case is my own work. And to say true, that video have more success for the general public from my students. The visualization of my students that was not complete, in the sense that not all the students visualized the video. This is a subject on the first course on the first semester. And it's that I say in my opening that the active role is something important, but they don't know. And it's difficult to trying to get advice of that importance. For them, it's something that they have to do, but I don't mind if I don't do, and arrive to the flip class that is for resolve the question, the activities, without maybe the visualization of a video that in sometimes is this one of a 2 minutes video. But also 2 minutes is sometimes is too much for them. Well, it's like ironic. Also, we do the implementation of the flipped classroom in private international law degree, with also with very complex subject, with a lot of material information. And the student that was enrolled was between 60 and 60 students, according on the class. And the objective is study different type of rules that reflects when they are going to apply them, provide a professional work context, just to trying to be in a real situation, or a simulation of a real situation, of course, and with a variety of writing of legal solutions. The student have to the case independently and first corrected by peers, and they have to participate at the end to give the solution of the case that they are working on it. The results was improving the critical thinking about the different solution. They appreciate that there are not that single correct solution, that specifically in that kind of context of law, there are different solutions that could be possible. And they observe that a good argument can be successful in a court, between others. Also, it was implemented by a traditional double and group field classroom to teach language and literature, with different objectives, but with the same idea of that we explained before: promote autonomy, increase the motivation, and enhance the communication skills. And it was implemented, as I said, 3 kind of flipped classroom: the traditional ones that that they prepare material at home and work on the class, the activities on the class. A double flipped classroom that they have also to teach to the groups, and the group flipped classroom, and they have to work in groups. And the last one of the application here in the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria was the gamified flipped classroom in cost and management accounting. The application was the last course, and that course that we are doing now, of course, the results are related to the past course. And the students enrolled in that degree was 370 students in the second semester. The activity that the resource that they have working on it was a lot of them. YouTube videos, Moodle, AI, and other videos produced ad hoc also in that case. The results show that the negative emotion were reduced as distress, anxiety of stress for the subject, and 70% of the students with response to the survey, of course, that only the student that we know the data of them, show an improvement in their motivation, have an impact on their motivation, but also has an impact in the results. The results of the year of the implementation was better than the result of the year before at the implementation of the flipped classroom methodology. As a conclusion, as a general conclusion, for the 5 degrees that this methodology was implemented, just general overview, the flipped classroom approach have proven to be an effective and versatile tool across diverse educational settings, but always if the student collaborate. If not, of course, that improvement is not going to happen. Flipped learning has contributed to the considerable increase in passing rates, helping a student to solve real-world problems, the problems that they have to solve outside these rooms, not outside the university, and in real context, just because of the practicing of them is a really practice methodology. Gamified strategies, particularly applying in cost counting, have helped to reduce student negative emotion like anxiety. It's not only analyze the results according to the rates. It is important to take in account that soft skill that we talk on, that's emotions that happen in the student. The stress, the anxiety is something that we have to take a bit of advice in that moment that we are living on, because sometimes for the student are really conditioned the ones. A student report greater motivation and as comprehension and collaboration after the implementation of the methodology. And we have observed improvement in both the student motivation and success rates among those who have engaged with initiative teaching methodology. The comparison between a student that have enrolled and that ones that not enrolled on this methodology have a significant difference on these two rates, motivation rates and the success of the test of the subject rates. Thank you for your attention, and of course, if you have any doubt, you can write them or write to any other of the co-author of this work.
Thanks a lot, Daura. Do we have any questions from the public? Yes.
Krystyna Barwinska, Lviv Polytechnic National University from Ukraine. I think it is not like a question, it is maybe like small remark. Your topic, I think that is very close to our topic, design thinking. So it's like a part maybe, yes, of design thinking, or design thinking is a part of flipped classroom. So I think that yes, also gamification and all of this type of educational process, so are very close. And thank you for so interesting topic. And also, it is very good that you engaged a lot of part and a lot of specialities to this your research work. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. It's true that this active methodology, not also flipped classroom methodology, in general active methodology can be easily combined in between them. Because the methodology, obviously for the people especially on that, maybe it's like so hard my words, but I think the methodology is the less important thing. The most important thing is the change of mind of the student. The change of saying, no, student, you are not going to sit there, you are going to put here, and you are going to talk, and you are going to have an active role, you have to think, something that it's for them is like difficult, I have to think, and I have to have my own opinion and my own resolution of or a conclusion of the study that maybe they are doing. And obviously, design thinking, gamification, flipped classroom, all this active methodology can be combined in between them. And related to the second, second comment, was a decision that we do in the team. We have here the names. For us, was more positive, or like complementarity, to bring together that information that's like institution, or like trying to think about how we are doing as institution. Then each group can tell the information by themselves. Of course, as I say, we are a team, but I'm here only the voice of them. But we have here in the room, maybe in the coffee, we can talk all together.
Anyway, we have more time for questions, because the second speaker hasn't come yet. So
thank you.
Relax.
I have a is it open? I have a follow-up question about regarding what you were just saying. I see this is a collective experiment that you made at the University of Las Palmas. I wonder whether it is a peculiar initiative, an episodic initiative, or if it is part of a larger structural didactic change enacted by the university.
To say true, we want that to be, but from today, from the future, like initiative from the university. And we'll talk also with Eduardo Quevedo, this is the director of the innovation here in the university. But until now, today is the day that is going to change. Just before, also because you are here also of ERUA. But until now, there were initiatives particularly from each group and each subject. There are some of them that maybe we didn't know before this initiative, because there are different degrees, different buildings, and of course different subjects, also in the different degrees. Then I think it's more interesting to have like institutional initiative. But in the past, I started with this one in 2018, and there are others that maybe later, but well, maybe several years ago. And in that time, it was like particular initiative of different teachers.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, if I may, I have a question. Actually, I found it amazing that you can cooperate from so different disciplinary perspectives. So, well done. And secondly, I have a question is in my mind, maybe from the very beginning. What about the evaluation of the works of the work that students do during classes? Because we know that students would like to come there and sit and listen and so on, and they ask themselves, why should I do that? There would be the exam. So the internal, let's say, the in-class evaluation is something that you deal with or not?
Of course, as there are a lot of subjects, a lot of teachers, each one have different criteria, because it have something that it should be different, because it's maybe in a project joined together could have like a general methodology, but it's not like that until now. The methodology are different, but in general this can work if there are a small tests or small rates during the whole semester. It's not as the traditional lecture that you give the speech as that one or whatever, and you do an exam and maybe the practice it on the lab if you have or the similar. Then maybe the percentage of the test could be high. Maybe we are talking about 70% or 80%, depending, of course, of the methodology. But in flipped class methodology, the rates have to be like small parts of the subject for can control the role of the student continuously during the semester. It's not enough for knowing that the student is enrolled 3 weeks before the finishing of the semester. You need to have this information from the really first moment. is the best way. And the other thing is that in general, but there are exceptions, the groups are more or less management. They're not so numerous. The speech before talked about 10 students. For me, this is like, wow, so lucky for you. But for me, the number of students in the groups could be 30 in that class, because the whole class is 120. But in the class that we are implementing, the flipped classrooms, is around 30. And it's a number that we can manage with 30 students. We can know each other, we can know during the class what they are doing, each one, because if you do a small group, we always know that they are working one and the other maybe no. But we force that all the students have to participate. We force that situation for avoiding that any student can have a passive role, any of them, because it's going to be detected and it's going to be forced to take an active role. If in the cases that the flipped learning is compulsory, there are other methodology that was not compulsory, was like opportunity to learning. But as I say, it's depending of the degree and depending of the project or subject that we are involved, of course, of the teacher.
Very interesting.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think that now it's Italy's turn. And please, Michela, come here. So I'm chairing myself now, sorry about that. But Michela Meschini and I are going to present our experience at the University of Macerata with a paper titled Flipping the Academic Classroom Insights from an Action Research in Humanities. Vorresti inserire questo? Come si fa a uscire? No? Non lo apre. Sorry. No, perché? Ah, vai.
Doesn't open our PowerPoint. Sorry for this delay.
Faccio le modifiche.
First one.
This one.
Ay, sorry. Ah, okay. Oh.
Flipped.
This.
No. Flipping.
Flip.
This one.
Okay, here we go. Anyway, meanwhile, the presentation opens up. I can tell some words to introduce our topic. Michela Meschini and I teach at the Department of Humanities in the at the University of Macerata, and so we have been experimenting the flipped classroom for a couple of years, and so this is a case study on our experience, and our objective is to, of course, to advocate for the adoption of the flipped learning model in higher education, humanities, classes, but it is still actually a sort of novelty for our university because it's not that much applied, and so but we realize that it could be a real change for our students. I've also to say that Michela it teaches theoretical literary studies, and I teach, which is a content-oriented, okay? Is it starting? And I teach language teaching methodology. So there are two different perspectives. Okay, you can go on with the other slide. I said, so the context is a couple of studies, case studies conducted in our university in small, medium sized undergraduate classes. The number goes from 25 for my students up to 5 or even 6 for the other course, because the other course is in English and mine is in Italian. And as I said, one of these is more skill-oriented because it aims at training future teachers of language and culture and foreign language and culture. And just a part of the course is a workshop which is done by the flipped classroom methodology. So they have the time to get inside the methodology as well. While the other course is entirely a workshop based on theoretical literary studies. The methodology we adopted to collect data and to observe our results is the participatory action research approach. That's, as you may know, implies that the teacher take field notes during the teaching, observe the students, and take down notes on whatever could be interesting, but also is a kind of qualitative research involving data collection via online surveys. And it's what we did last year to collect data to reflect also for this Congress. Okay, the workshop I taught is language and culture teaching methodology. As I said, we had about 25 students. I didn't choose deliberately to force them to participate in the workshop part, let's say so, but I was amazed by the fact that most of them decided to apply for the workshop and so to take an active role in the course. 88% of them are from the third year of the bachelor of the BA in foreign languages and cultures, and 2 of them are international mobility from international students from mobility programs, and that it's not just a detail because as we will see, it's an important part of the course. The focus of the workshop it was precisely on the relationship between foreign language teaching and intercultural communication. So the 7 peer-led working groups were formed. Each of them tackled topics concerning intercultural communication, such as nonverbal communication, pragmatics, assessing intercultural knowledge, and so on, and with precise instruction from the very beginning of the course. And the students, the expected outcome of the students was throughout the workshop to create, collaboratively create teaching activities, because they are future teachers, or multimedia case studies, including empirical components like surveys with people, real people, let's say, textbook analysis, and so on. So that was the most compelling part of the course, because there were not accustomed to interaction, to prepare artifacts and so on, but especially to present their collected data to their peers. So what about the key strengths? And so I come to the results of our qualitative survey. The students appreciated the link between theory and practice mostly, but also the collaboration with their peers in the end, not even though they were a bit resistant at the beginning. And some of them also appreciated class discussions. So, of course, we encountered some challenges, and the most challenging part, as I said, of the workshop was the development of a case study. So they needed more information on the case study, and also the limited time to complete the tasks was a challenge, even though the pace was established from the very beginning, but we know they have many courses and many tasks to do. It's interesting to see that other students considered peer collaboration a challenge, because not all students are, let's say, appreciate the collaboration. And so there was a double challenge for them. But we were very pleased to notice that as far as activities impact is concerned, the 87% of them found out-of-class readings relevant, in-class participation, and all of them found in-class discussion crucial for understanding the subject. Can you go on? And as far as some of the questions concerning students' feedback and areas of improvement, we could say that all the students were agreed on the fact that these represented a positive intellectual shift through interactive, practical activities, but also they appreciated the new methods involved, especially the flipped classroom, but also, let's say, the case study-based approach. You can see some examples of their answers in the slide. And they helped us also to detect some areas of improvement, such as more real-life examples would be appreciated, and also the digital tool guidance is interesting. So they especially asked for let's say, some more information about the tools, the digital tools that were used during the classes. And also a deeper exploration of the flipped classroom approach. As I said, they are sensible to the teaching because they are future teachers, that's why. So that's a good point for next semester. And now, I give the floor to my colleague.
Now, let's switch to the second case study that was related to a workshop on the theories and methods of comparative literature, which is a workshop totally given in English. So it's an English medium education course, an optional course offered by the University of Macerata within its plan to internationalize its classrooms. This course has a distinct theoretical core, as it was said before, and it aims at transforming theoretical information into critical knowledge through interactive practices. It is usually addressed to undergraduate students in Italian literature, with minors in classics, history, or modern and contemporary literature. So these students normally are not very good speakers of English, and the fact that it's in English can be a challenge. It has been given only this course in the last 2 years, and so far we have had 6 students in the first year, with 1 Erasmus student, and in the second year 5 students, with 2 students on Erasmus mobility. None of the students on Erasmus mobility were native English speakers. The main challenge for the instructor of this workshop on the theories and methods of comparative literature is to raise an intellectual interest for topics that are mostly unknown to undergraduate students and that can be perceived as too hard to grasp because they are abstract and they are not easily related to real life experiences like, let's say, accountancy or law, where it's much natural to create a connection between the theoretical knowledge and a real life context. So, in order to raise an intellectual interest in students, I've tried to use a multimodal approach throughout the course. The course is totally given according to the flipped learning model. So not just some classes, but all the course is a workshop, is given through flipped learning. So a multimodal approach for pre-class activities. That means that all the study materials, like text, videos, podcasts, are platform delivered, are delivered through a digital tool, which in this case was the platform Microsoft Teams, which is the platform given to the faculty by the institution. And all this pre-class digitally delivered material is always accompanied by some guided material prepared by the teacher. And this material is in the form of questions mainly, and it's meant to guide the comprehension and to make the students develop some analytical skills about what they are reading. And this material that is given as a pre-class activity must be returned through the platform to the teacher before class. What kind of monitoring is given during these pre-class activities? Very little monitoring, because Microsoft Teams at the moment is not very sophisticated in creating a monitoring system, and which is a point that should be addressed in the future. We are going to implement flipped classroom in our teaching practice. So some kind of basic feedback is provided to the students by the teacher, like commenting on their answers, commenting on what they've been doing out of class. In-class activities, for this in-class activities, I've tried to implement episodes of engagement through interaction in pair activities, pair work and teamwork. So we have in-class activities like visual mapping, where students working in pair have to compare what they have created with the theoretical ideas acquired in out-of-class activities with what the instructor provides them, with the visual map provided by the instructor. Then we have critical discussion, which is usually carried out in pair works or teamwork. And we have a brief writing production, this is the activity that is more related to a real life context. And I asked students to write a Wikipedia style entry on some subfields of comparative literature, or I asked them to revise, adjust, correct a real Wikipedia entry on some subfield which is not totally correct, or it could be integrated with some more information. And then we have a final discussion, which is usually a group discussion that we carry out at the end of the class, and it's guided by the teacher. So the teacher takes back his, let's say, role as a protagonist. What are the results of this 2 years flipped classroom workshop? Well, the results are very similar to the outcomes we had for the first workshop. So there is the perception and the key strength of the workshop are peer collaboration, the study of assigned materials, which is very relevant for the in-class activities. We have class discussions that is added in this workshop as something that is an advantage of the flip methodology. The challenges encountered by the students are the same. First of all, task timing, especially for the in-class activities. Sometimes the time we give is too little to reflect thoroughly on a case or on a problem or on a theoretical idea. And also the case study development that they found difficult to integrate within their learning path. Surprisingly, the overall perception of the flipped classroom was highly positive. As you can see from the diagrams, 100% of the students, 9 out of 11 students took the survey, found that out-of-class readings were very relevant to in-class participation, and 100% of the students found that the in-class discussion was crucial for understanding the subject, so for enhancing their knowledge in comparative literature. We have tried to comment on the results of this survey. So what kind of insights did we get from the survey? There was question 8 of the survey, which was particularly interesting because we have asked the students to provide 3 words of their own choice to describe their perception of the flipped classroom. And they came up with words like innovative, fun, stimulating, interactive, demanding, challenging, captivating, and there was also mind-opening, intriguing. So we were really taken aback by this expression of belated enthusiasm, given the effort we had to put in this workshop to fight their resistance, their initial resistance to the methodology. So we explain this belated enthusiasm with the fact that, once again, time is a crucial factor. So we mean to say that it takes time to adjust to the new methodology and to perceive the benefits of the new methodology. It takes time both for students and for teachers. So the first assumption for explaining this belated enthusiasm of the student is that they learn throughout the classes to appreciate the flexibility and personalization offered by the flip model. Students could set their own pace, their own learning pace and schedule at home. When you do this, you become a self-regulator without knowing it. And also you become creative because you can anticipate or revise or skip through, all the materials that is given to the students at the beginning of the course. And they can freely and creatively create connections. Also, they can adapt their learning pace to their individual proficiency in the subject, and in my case, also in the language, because the English proficiency is not the same for all the students taking part in the workshop, and also to their learning style and interest. The second assumption we made to explain this enthusiasm is that the challenging part, they say that is fun, stimulating, interactive, but also challenging, demanding, is that the interactive activities carried out in class work, ask them to take center stage and to take responsibility when they argue their position, when they clarify and organize what they say. And so this can, as we have heard also in the other presentations, it can prove quite challenging and difficult also on a psychological ground for students. But the presence of international students, and that's what my colleague was saying before, was really relevant in this respect, because international students with different backgrounds not only brought some new perspective to the discipline, but most of them were already a little bit familiar with the flipped classroom, so they took the leading role in class, and this was very stimulating for our students that were dragged into the interactive activities by the presence of the international students who took up more easily the leading role in discussions. What are the key challenges? Well, reversing the classroom, as we know, can be a daunting task. It takes time, it takes effort, it takes training, it takes multimodal literacy and digital literacy. It takes an awareness of the pedagogical setting you are operating and into which you are using the flipped classroom. So this can result in the teacher being discouraged to venture alone into this new adventure, into this new methodology. So what is really very important is to be able to rely on the institutional support. So, and I'm going to conclude. Yes, please. What we think is important is that for the flipped classroom to have a long-lasting effect and to produce a shift in our teaching and in learning, we need a collective enterprise and sustained by the institution. So it cannot be left alone to the willingness, this shift, this educational shift cannot be left only to the willingness of a couple of teachers, but it must become a collective institutional effort to be endorsed by the institution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so they just told us that we are a bit late, so we have time maybe for just one question, and we can talk about it at the coffee break. Any reaction or questions? Otherwise, we can go on with the last one.
Just a very brief question and a very brief comment. Your presentation has been an inspiration because usually theoretical literary disciplines are lectured and students are incredibly bored by the lectures these days. So that's really an inspiration for all of us, though it of course requires an effort. I wondered if these articles that students prepare get eventually end up online, or these are just an exercise. Do you post them or not? And I have a question. If this is an introduction to comparative literature, I mean, that's a theoretical course, but do you have any development in further years of study with other more practical courses in comparative literature? Or is there their only experience with comparative literature within their program? Thank you.
I can answer the first part. Yeah. Okay, as far as the artifacts, let's say, so they are going to present them to their peers, and then it's made clear since the very beginning that the material they prepare and the presentation they prepare will be used by the other students to prepare for the exam. So it's kind of community learning, let's say so, and they exchange all the presentations, or we put all the presentation in our team space, so it's collaborative.
In my case, it is pretty much the same. The artifact can be the Wikipedia entry, they rewrite or correct or revise or write. Is not put online, not yet, but it's actually an idea to share their artifact online so that they can see also the differences and how to adjust their work to when they have a general idea of what the peers have done. And when it comes to the introduction to comparative literature, well, in this workshop, the introduction is mainly theoretical, and the first two classes are really hard, and I can see their faces that are like, where are we, in which sea are we navigating? But after the first two classes, they start enjoying it very much, and they start enjoying thinking and debating and having this small connection with real life experiences, like rewriting the Wikipedia entry or writing the life of a comparatist, and that's it. I have another experience in another course, which is a proper course of comparative literature. and but this course is given in Italian. And I've tried, not in all the course, but in some classes, to use the flipped classroom with case studies of application on the texts of comparative literature, not just on the theory of comparative literature, and it was successful. They enjoyed it. And they had this perception that they knew better. They had an enhancement of their cognitive knowledge about comparative literature. But that were just episodes. It wasn't part of a structural project of conducting the course according to the flipped model. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Maurizi Zajewski. Okay. Was that correct?
I couldn't say that better.
I'm glad about it. University SWPS of Poland, a faculty of psychology and law in Poznan, actually.
Okay, we've seen many presentations today. There will be no more, so you must listen carefully. I will start measuring time.
Okay, so just let me tell you the title: Question and Answer Session During an Academic Lecture, a New Approach. The title is inspiring.
Okay, so questioning and answering, well, display an important role in teaching. It has, of course, two sides. Teacher may ask questions to pupils, or pupils may ask questions to a teacher. And here I want to comment on the latter aspect. Allowing students to ask questions may intuitively seem good for didactic purposes, but under closer inspection, I will inspect ourselves, this intuition is quite dubious. Okay, it is quite common to allow questions during a lecture. Well, students like it in general. I do it myself, by the way, but do we really, we teachers, do we really want to be interrupted? Okay, I don't. Two disadvantages is danger of losing the rhythm of a lecture, and secondly, difficulties in time management. Okay, so both problems are gone when we plan a Q&A session after our lecture. Okay, it does not interrupt the flow of thoughts, and it allows to plan in advance how much time do we want to spend on it. But, okay, if we plan too little time, then it looks, well, something like that. Are there any questions? No, okay, see you next time, something like that. But if we plan too much time for a Q&A session, then there is also a danger that there are no questions, yes? Are there any questions? Well, please, maybe you, or maybe you, some question. Oh, there is a question, oh, thank you, and so on for several minutes. So it's also a bad time management. Okay. But the real problem is with students. Okay. There are many types of students. We've already seen that problem on slides. Okay. Let's say that we have in our group Tanya, who is talented. Tanya the talented. But we also have Steven the struggler, who struggles. Okay. Tanya, talented Tanya, may have a question, but she's afraid to ask it. Why? Well, she thinks that, what blockades her? She thinks that, okay, she will be labeled too smart. She asks questions for show-off purposes. Okay, and she won't ask her advanced, talented question. Okay, Steven the struggler, on the other hand, have an important question for him. This is an important question, but he is also afraid to ask it. Well, firstly, because, well, he fears that he will expose his lack of knowledge, yes, elementary knowledge. And secondly, he fears that he will consume time with his very simple question, and there are other questions more sophisticated. So he also won't ask his question. Okay, this problem of many types of students can be described using the revised Bloom's taxonomy of acquiring knowledge. Knowledge is a pyramid, yes, with basic knowledge. First level is remembering something. Secondly, we try to understand what we remember. Third level is applying knowledge, well, for instance, solving problems to new situations. Fourth level is analyzing problems, like breaking information into pieces and rearranging it in a new context. Fifth level in Bloom's taxonomy, revised Bloom's taxonomy, is evaluating, well, making judgments about what we already know. And the pinnacle of knowledge in this way of putting it is creating new things, well, putting information, compiling it, and creating new patterns, proposing new solutions to problems. Okay, so it is obvious that Tanya the Talented, my Tanya, will take a quick run through levels, well, remembering, understanding, and she will contemplate problems in higher levels of knowledge. But Stephen the Struggler will, I suppose, spend a lot of time revising material, yes, and postponing going higher. Okay. This is problem. During my practice as a teacher, I started doing Q&A session in a new way. I don't have good name for it. I call it my method or the method. Okay, I haven't found in literature similar tools, so I'm open to proposals, how to name it. Okay, I started it involuntarily during, well, COVID-induced online learning and teaching, but I do it since. Okay, so how it goes? First of all, it takes a lot of time, as you will see, something like 40-45 minutes, so it must be planned in advance. Actually, it must be announced in curriculum that we will spend some time on Q&A session. Okay, first of all, one must catch attention of audience. Okay, so how do I do it? I start with a proverbial, there are no bad questions, only bad answers, and I immediately rebuke it. Of course, there are bad questions, extremely bad questions, but it is not me who should judge. It is you, pupils, who know whether your question is bad or good. Not my job. Okay, it catches attention. Then I go to the revised Bloom's taxonomy. I don't use this awful name. I want to explain to students, if they don't know it, that there are different levels of knowledge and each of them knows where he or she is. And I don't do it academically with methodology of academic teaching, but by exemplary questions. What are questions from different levels? Okay, an example. So let's say a simple topic, ancient Greece, democracy in ancient Athens. Okay, what could be a question concerning this? For instance, about remembering. Could you spell the name Cleisthenes? Or something like that, or I haven't written down the name of the tyrant of Athens you were talking about. Could you repeat it? Okay, second level, understanding. For instance, do I understand well that in Sparta there was no democracy? Or could you explain why the reforms of Solon were so important? Something like that. Applying, example. Could we implement the model of Athenian democracy in our modern local self-government? Okay. Fourth level, analyzing problems, an example of question. I wonder what was the most fundamental in Athenian democracy. I think it has something to do with rhetorical skills of politicians. Do you agree? Okay. Evaluating, fifth level. Okay, we are near the top of Bloom's taxonomy. What do you think of the position of women in Athens? I think it was a kind of discrimination. Okay, and the sixth level, creating new knowledge. Okay, one may ask a question, how can one define as democratic a system in which only a small portion of men can vote? Good question, by the way. Okay, so I introduced to the students the concept of asking questions from his or her level, adjusted to the level of knowledge of Tanya or Stephen. Okay, so students know that, and then each student is asked by me to ask one and only one question. This is obligatory. Each student in group, small or big, must ask one question, whichever she or he wants. And I also ask them to mark from which level they think their question is, of this pyramid of Bloom's taxonomy. And this is important, I think. This is this flipped method in practice, because when a student asks himself or herself question, where am I? It becomes, well, self-reflecting teaching, learning in this question, in this case. Yes. So, for instance, the student thinks something like that. Okay, 5 minutes. I'm finishing. Is this course easy or difficult for me? Or should I ask for some extra material? Or how much revising do I need? They must think about it. Yes, when they ask this question and try to determine which level of knowledge is his or her question. Okay, then I collect all the question, and here there are two options. I can do it online. Yes, Mr. Andrianov told us about EdTech, so I use it. It's very useful to use, for instance, Google Forms, but I can also perform it by paper, yes, and this is quite fun as well, but requires more skills to perform it. Okay, I collect all questions, and I ask all the students to evaluate questions of other students. They have 4 options. Let's say in this Google form, they see all the questions and they mark them. A, I like this question very much, and I also want to hear the answer. Second option, I like this question, and if time permits, I also want to hear the answer. Third option, I don't like this question because it's too difficult. Okay, Stephen will say so. For me at this stage of my learning process. And the fourth option is I don't like this question because it's too easy. I already know the answer. Okay, then I display the results of this poll on screen, and all the students, the whole class, see what they, in general, think about questions, easier and more difficult. And then I answer the selected ones. It depends on time. Well, usually questions from level 1, remembering, and second, understanding, they are very easy to answer, and usually I answer them ad lib. Yes, I display the question and say how to pronounce Cleisthenes, let's say. Okay, and then I choose the questions which I think are the most important and most relevant to the group as a whole. Sometimes it leads to the problem of rephrasing the question, which may be very interesting, but students have problems with expressing their willingness to ask for something. So I usually say something like that. How do you understand this question? Or something like, I personally like this question very much, but we must rephrase it, yes, in order to make some sense of it. Okay, that's how the procedure goes. Okay, I will skip the problem of comparing this method with other methods which were talked about this morning, and I will jump to conclusions. The method, my method, this method has many advantages compared to traditional other any questions method. Okay, first of all, it checks whether students understand what the lecturer is talking about. Yes, there are many questions which show that they don't understand what I'm talking about. Okay, secondly, it forces students to self-reflection on the learning process, where I am. Thirdly, Thirdly, it equalizes participation of students, of Tanyas, which are bright and have excellent questions, and Stevens, who are struggling and probably are shy as well. They also have to participate. Fourthly, it revises material very well, especially if this question is done during the last lecture in the course. In fact, it is a revision of material in practice. Then it encourages to work in group if I do it in paper version. I can't go into details, but I have a method of doing in large groups this whole procedure in 45 minutes using paper only. And it includes dividing students into groups, and each group evaluates questions from other group. Okay, in online version, it's EdTech, so it encourages to use in my university classroom tools, well, Google Classroom tools, which are perfectly suited for such things. And well, last but not least, the last sentence, this is the most important thing for me in this whole procedure. It explains the rationale between this proverb. There are no bad questions, only bad answers, yes? Then we understand what's the point in this proverb. Thank you.
Thank you for the timing. They are pressing me, so I'm sorry. I relaxed too much before, and now we ran out of time. But I'm asking our organizer if we have 2 minutes for questions. Okay. Any questions from? Okay, over there. About question and answers, yeah.
Hello.
Strange.
I'm Olena Mazar, Ivan Franko, National University of Lviv. And I wanted to ask you, you told us that you have an obligatory question asked by every of the students, like an exit ticket, like
yes.
something like that, yeah?
Yeah, exit ticket, excellent.
Yeah. And,
yes.
And what is your strategy if you are too reluctant to do even that?
If a student is reluctant.
Yeah.
Okay, I allow it. This is, in fact, I give some points, well, some cakes or whatever to encourage students to do it or gratify them. And if someone writes down, I can't come up with any question, I say, okay, you self-reflect, this is your level, right? And there is no problem in this. In larger groups like this one, it will be 1 or 2 person who straightforwardly says that I have no questions. I understand well. Nothing/everything. Yes.
Thank you.
By the way, I wanted to perform flipped conference right now, but because of time constraints, I can't do it on you as rabbits. Okay, I wanted to do it.
Thank you for the proposal, because it's exactly what I wanted to propose. Let's flip the conference at the coffee break. Thanks a lot for your attention and for your participation. And so Eduardo is asking us to go outside. Okay? Thanks a lot.
Question? No, during the break.
We are starting? Okay, okay. So welcome to the second part of the conference. And we start the authentic learning chapter. And I would like to present colleagues from the Mykolas Romeris University, Vilnius, Lithuania, Professor Agota Giedrė-Raišienė, Professor Justinas Sadauskas, and me, Aista Dromantaitė. And we are talking about the students' inclusion in action, applying scientific research-based learning and team-based learning in education. So just a minute, I will upload the slides, if I will find them. Okay, yeah, no, not this one. Yeah, this one. So, and at the moment, I am a chair here for you. And later on, like, we will exchange with another person because I need to be at the same time in two places. So make a presentation for you and then to be a chair in another room. So I will try not to speak very fast for you and to make this presentation. So our presentation is about integrating research-based learning and team-based learning for the students and to develop their critical thinking, and also to develop critical thinking in higher education as well. And these methods, we believe that fosters active learning and prepare students for real-world challenges, because a lot of situations happens, and information war and data and information and false information is very, very important to follow for the students. So what is the main, our information of the presentation? So what we would like to present for you, so explore the SRBL, so which means research-based learning, and TBL, like team-based learning in the teams for the students in education, how it's described in scientific field, like the methodology, like professor's role in these activities, and also the benefits of that. So shortly about the explanations, so SRBL, so research-based learning methods, this method emphasizes students' involvement in research and applying scientific principles to real-world problems. So students develop skills in formulating questions, designing experiments, and interpreting results of the experiments. So the students, they actively construct knowledge through the hands-on experiences and collaborative learning in the classroom. Another point is that CRBL, like as a research-based learning, was developed from the constructivist learning theories, and was developing through the 20th century and was used in new avenues of research and collaborative learning at universities. So what is and how it looks as RBL, as a presenting, and how we implement it. So one thing is a group discussions, peer teaching, and experiments in the classrooms. Also, there is a problem-based learning. So we are taking a real organization problems. It can be social organizations which provides even like a social partners. They provide with some even cases for the students, and we are trying to find out the problems with the students together and how they understand that problem. Also, it allows to collaborate together, professors with the students, and for the students, because the new generations, they are very scared of the real contact and being in the teams. So this is also a very good way to develop their soft skills in the team. And also the technology integration, because we know that artificial intelligence and other things are also developing very fast. So it also is a possibility to integrate into the teaching process, and also to show that how the information can be changed by artificial intelligence, which means that a fake information, yeah? So differ the real information from the fake information. And what it allows, and one thing it allows about evaluate literature, so scientific literature, so finding the sources, real sources, scientific sources, and to find out that where the data is valid and which is like real researchers. Also to formulate questions, so the students develop the research questions and the hypothesis, because they are learning then to create the final thesis as well. Also analyze data, so critical examination of research finding and drawing conclusions of the situation, and also applying that, what they have learned, applying to their knowledge, and also using research insights to address to the real world problems. As I said, it's really important to defy the fake news and misinformation at the university for the students, for the young students. So understanding the information, SRBL teaches how knowledge is generated and disseminated. So it also allows for students to develop the critical thinking in this way, like differing the information. Also, students learn to assess the quality and reliability of information sources, and also to develop understanding of biases and motivations behind false narratives, because there are a lot of fake information in social networks and even in researchers. And the professor's role in SRBL process is one thing, is a mentorship. And I think at the first or on the second presentation in the morning, it was said, and I really agreed with the person who made the presentation and said that professors at the classroom needs to be more a moderator, a facilitator, some kind of orchestra dirigent, which makes like a DJ, as a projector said before at the beginning, and to play with the students and to play the processes and to adapt very quickly and guide students through the process. Also, professors needs to be as a facilitators, as a collaborators, and also to create, of course, an assessment systems for how to develop and how to evaluate their input into the processes. And another way of learning, authentic learning, is team-based learning, TBL, which is also students complete pre-class assignments. They prepare for the engagement coming to the class, so they are making tasks in the Moodle, of course, uploaded before the meetings. They are just preparing, they are reading, they are observing some information. Also creating the teams, so they are solving the problems and using some acquired knowledge before the meeting. So it was also at the morning a lot of information about the flipped class, so it also takes some information from, like, methodology from the flipped class, I would say. Accountability, so that the individual and team performance is evaluated, so we are evaluating the individuals' efforts towards the team, and also the team's efforts creating the projects and also solving the problems. And also, of course, there is an immediate feedback which also young students requires. They need here and now to hear what is wrong, what is good, what they can develop more and improve later on, becoming better in that field where they're studying. So when we're comparing the SRBL and TBL processes, so the focus is research process at the research-based learning, and in the team-based learning is collaborative problem solved. The structure is in the research-based individuals or small groups. In the TBL is big groups, so of course, because teams are bigger than 5. Yeah. Outcome is the CRBL is a research and research report or presentation on some product, and my colleague later on will present one of the really important products which were developed from this learning perspective. And the TBL also, another colleague's examples from the social work field. The outcome and the teacher's roles, of course, there is a researcher as a mentor and also as a facilitator. So what the results are from this, like these methods? So one thing like data collection, analysis, publication, literature review. So on one hand, and research-based learning, we have an opportunity to create a scientific product, because as professors, we also not only just facilitators and moderators, but also we are like researchers, and we need to find out the points of view, like how the new students sees the world now, how they solve the problem, and also to create some research. Yeah. And also the practical tasks and assessments. So also there are research, as I told, projects, also teamwork, and also evaluation. The technologies, of course, there is used the digital technologies, the online platforms. They can be different, where the students have the access to create the team projects. I'm sorry, I forgot the title of one of the team platforms, but where the students can join and they can just create with the post-its and write all the information. And later on, maybe if I won't be so worried, so later on I will remember the title of that page. And also to have an access to the research bases. As I told about the development of the critical thinking, so I won't repeat now. What the problems are of the methods, of course, all the methods have some benefits, and of course, some methods has their minuses, yes? So one thing is really challenging process recognizing research problems, because the students need to gain some expert information and also expertise and also experience in case to find out where the fake information, the fake scientists were not. Also, there are breaking down complex issues into manageable parts. So there are an analytical thinking, also developing and implementing solutions collaboratively. So not all students are willing to get into the teams. Some of them, they have some difficulties. Of course, we have neurodiversity at university, and we have 78 cases now at university where diverse students are also studying at university. So not all of them are willing to join to the teams. They want to stay individuals and to create individual projects. And also, it's important to evaluate outcomes and learning from the process. So also, students need to learn how to reflect, how to finish and how to analyze the information, and how to consciously understand what they did, the steps, what they understood from those steps, and what they learned. Okay, I'm just repeating as I see. And so the first of problem-based and research-based learning, the real product is e-book for the deaf person. So here I would like my colleague to join and to present that product, which developed from the real examples.
Bet mums reikia įjungti šitą laidą. Čia. Ne. Čia. So there is a book for the deaf and hard of hearing people, and students have a task to research. Please help us, yeah, and I will tell how it was created. So students had a task to research what are requirements for deaf and hard of hearing people who wants to study, and they studied a lot of scientific articles and broad area of information about it. Then small teams created a plan how to create a book and what will be content of this book. And also we had brainstorming how to create the product when we need IT person. And we were lucky because that IT person, programmer, we had in our student study group. So we work jointly, and our students prepared for lecture for each student for very small part of joint ebook, and they read text about leadership. They choose a area which they wanted.
I will try to to another solution. It's not compatible.
We can't do.
So you can maybe just atidaryk ekranu ir parodyk tai žmonėm, kas norės
Yeah, please.
Okay. Yeah.
Tada atidaryk.
Yeah. Maybe I should use the camera.
No, don't go.
Sėskis kamerą. Ateik čia arčiau manęs, į kamerą parodysi, tada visi matys.
Reklamą galima apibrėžti kaip trumpą, emocingai nuspalvintą informaciją, skirtą potencialiam klientui ir norint jį paskatinti įsigyti arba pasinaudoti jūsų paslaugomis. Jeigu svarstote, ar verta reklamuoti savo prekės ženklą, būtinai atkreipkite dėmesį šią reklamos naudą. Pirmiausia, reklamuojant savo prekės ženklą, būtinai atkreipkite dėmesį šią reklamos naudą. Pirmiausia, reklamintos reklamos. Jeigu jūsų verslas orientuojasi į vyresnio amžiaus žmonių kategoriją, tuomet vertėtų apsvarstyti apie reklamą laikraščiuose. Pagrindinės reklamos internete opcijas. Pirkėjas savo pirkimo kelionį žmonės, kurie turėdami klausos ar kitokią negalią, sukūrė pribloškiančių inovacijų. O inovacija, anot visuotinės lietuvių enciklopedijos, yra kaitos procesas, geriau žinomas kaip mobilumo tėvas. Ralfas.
So our students prepared a book for deaf and hard of hearing for another students, and this book is about leadership, marketing, human resource management, and each chapter is only for about 5 minutes, and user can look or read. And text is not transcribed, but conspected. How it's in English, yes. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so I hope the presentation will be now seen. Yes? Seen? No, not yet. Video lectures. Oh, sorry, no microphone. Okay. And then no slides.
Okay.
Yeah.
Signal there because, okay, repeat.
Yeah.
And now. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So sorry for that, but also there are the challenges together with the students, so we're learning as well. So as I said that this ebook allows us to include video translation into Lithuanian because of course the language was Lithuanian, not English, not any others. But it's just the first step and we are moving forward with that. Also there is, that book offers video lectures and summarizes and viewing options. And also it allows collaborative perspectives. And also there is a social work education, but later on I will ask you because we are running out of time. So my colleague Justinas, during the coffee break, he will explain later and more about how CRBL works in the social work education and also in master degree level. So of course also we will finish and we explain during the coffee break. So the benefits are wonderful. I will suggest that to join to that teaching methods and hope that it was interesting for you and would be able to change the information. So thank you very much. Okay. Thank you.
I repeat. Oh, that's a wonderful experience. I mean, so welcome everyone, and we gathered today to explore academic innovation and the frontiers of practices, innovative practices in academic settings. So this is a topic that affects us all, and I am excited to hear from our esteemed panel of experts and colleagues. So you are welcome. Bianca, Anna, would you please introduce yourself?
My name is Bianca. Oh, microphone, please. It's off? Is it off? No? No, it's off. Okay, great. So my name is Bianca Manuela Sandu. We're going to present, I'm going to quickly show you the presentation actually. And this is, well, Anna, if you want to introduce yourself.
My name is Ana Ruiz Vidal, and I'm a teacher of Arabic language at the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, and we are presenting our research about service learning with our partners, colleagues that are Pedro Alonso, which is a teacher of the Faculty of Medicine, and Ana Cano, the main researcher of this investigation, who is a teacher in this faculty of social work. And we are involved in service learning projects, and we are dealing with the institutionalization of service learning as innovative methodology for teaching our
Very good, very good. Just a second. I'll just quickly download the presentation, and we'll have. Thank you very much, Anna, for helping me here. Download the presentation. I think it's now almost ready. So we are going to explore a bit the institutionalization of the service learning pedagogy at the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. We've been carrying out a research study exploring a bit, what the situation is at this university, and we attempted to discover some strengths and also some recommendations to improve the process. So, as Anna was saying, there are 4 of us. Ana Cano is not here. She's the leader, actually, of service learning at the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. And I'm Bianca, as I've already told you. Ana Ruth is the 3rd author, and Pedro is the 4th author of this research study. So let's see if we can open this. Okay. Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, maybe we can try to just open it here. Just a bit slow. We'll be here. We also have it in a pen drive. Okay, great, thank you. Can I remove this one? Yeah, can I remove this one? Thank you, Anna. Sorry.
Computer is.
It's a bit slow, yeah. But
slow,
it's working. That's the most important thing.
This is so
takes its time. Okay. technical issues. So normal, right? In these events. Okay. Es que le hemos pedido como muchas cosas a la vez, ¿verdad? El pobre está como, a ver, ¿qué quieren? ¿Qué quieren de mí? Quizá cabe cerrar esto, ¿no? O no se puede cerrar eso. Ah, tú le estás dando, pero sí. No te responde. Ok. Ok. No, tampoco habla. Casi lo tengo. Vale, venga, otra vez, súper.
Ok.
Vale, ahora sí. Aunque eso hizo la vez pasada también y no se abrió. Lo tengo también en PDF, creo. Solo di. Vamos, muy bien. Venga, tú puedes. Ya solamente habilitar edición aquí. ¿O no hace falta? Great.
Oh, great.
Okay, so
It's
sorry
okay,
for these
relax.
technical issues. Thank you, Yaya, to our helper. Fantastic. So this is the title we've already said, Exploring the Institutionalization. We'll just move quickly, the names of the authors. Okay. Good. So just quickly to understand service learning, although I suppose, and I'm sure you know what service learning is. So according to Puig and Palos 2006, it's an educational proposal that combines learning processes and community service in a single well-articulated project in which participants learn by addressing real needs in their environment with the aim of improving it. So we thought that it's just like a coral reef that thrives through symbiosis between various marine organisms. So service learning, just like a coral reef, provides an environment where students, educators, and community partners coexist in mutually beneficial roles. Each participant in this ecosystem contributes unique resources and expertise, fostering a thriving, resilient environment of shared learning and problem solving. So what is the role of the university nowadays? Universities must address the challenges posed by a constantly evolving society and continuously assess the impact they exert upon it. This perspective highlights the social responsibility of higher education institutions, which not only prepare future professionals, but also shape and influence the development of the society. In this regard, universities must adapt to emerging demands and evolve to offer innovative and pertinent responses to contemporary problems. In this context, we believe service learning emerges as a key methodology to achieve this objective, and thus its institutionalization enables the consolidation of an educational model that promotes the resolution of real-world problems, creativity and critical thinking, aligning with the mandate of the European higher education area. We can see that actually many of the things that our colleagues said earlier can be used in this kind of also of pedagogy. So that's also interesting that it's all about the same, right? We all aim at the same place. The development of service learning in Spain began in 2000. We're going to move very quickly here just to see that the evolution was quite swift in Spain. In 2018, we already had 6 national research groups on service learning, and in 2021, we could find 20 doctoral theses explicitly focused on service learning. The University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria initiated its service learning strategy in 2015 in line with its university mission and with the aim of promoting the implementation of active learning methodologies. So if we think of the mission of the university, if we read it, we see that this is a university concerned with culture, environmental quality, and sustainable development that promotes solidarity among peoples and cooperation that contributes to the resolution of social problems. So it's a mission that is completely aligned with the service learning pedagogy. Our main objective was to conduct an exploratory qualitative research study with a deductive analysis of the service learning initiatives developed at the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, which contribute to its institutionalization. So we wanted to discover some strengths, but also areas for improvement. So this is a case study and a qualitative analysis, and these are our two research questions. What actions are being promoted at the ULPGC in relation to the institutionalization of service learning, and what are the strengths, areas for improvement, and opportunities for advancing this institutionalization at the ULPGC? We based our study on the commitments outlined in the institutional declaration entitled Estrategia de Institucionalización del Aprendizaje Servicio ULPGC, and also on Foucault's proposal. So now if we go to the findings and discussion, we're going to move quickly. I don't think we have too much time. We should have timed this. Okay, thank you. Do we have around 10 minutes?
Yeah.
10,
Go
12
ahead.
minutes? Great, okay. So if we focus on the mission, we see that the ULPGC mission focuses on public service, training competent, responsible, and compassionate individuals, and dissemination of knowledge for the social welfare of the Canary Islands, which is also aligned with the service learning pedagogy objectives, because service learning combines the acquisition of academic knowledge with service to the community. It creates a space for experiential learning that addresses both education and social needs. If we think of the vision of the university, we can detect some key elements here: autonomy, innovation, social impact, sustainability, fostering cooperation and solidarity among peoples. So these key elements, again, align very well with the service learning pedagogy, which innovates in teaching. This allows us to innovate. It establishes a direct link between the university and the community. It contributes to the resolution of social problems. It generates positive impacts in the immediate environment and in a broader context. When we think of the values, again, we have commitment to the community and society. These are the ULPGC values: excellence in teaching and research, transparency and accountability, and they all actually lead to the same, to the institutionalization of service learning, because service learning enables us to actually fulfill all this. The regulatory framework of the university, here we have Article 173, for instance, which says that each student has the right to participate in voluntary and social engagement activities, development cooperation, and other social responsibility initiatives. And they are all carried out when we do service learning. So again, this leads to service learning. Again, if you think of a national level, so we thought we analyzed so far the local level, the University of Las Palmas. If we move on to the national level, again, we have this Estatuto del Estudiante Universitario. Universities must promote, it's almost an obligation, practices of social and civic responsibility that combine academic learning in various degrees with the provision of services to the community. And then again, we have this new law, 2023, which also says that universities will promote, so it's also obligation, to the participation of the university community in activities and projects related to the promotion of democracy, equality, social justice, peace, and inclusion. We can see that some words just, keep being there. Again, they all lead to service learning. If we move on to the international level, right, we have the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and we also have this nice declaration, Dublin Declaration on Global Education, which says that education, so when they define education, they say education is actually that which enables people to reflect critically on the world and their place in it, to open their eyes, hearts, and minds to the reality of the world, at local and global level. It empowers people to understand, imagine, hope, and act to bring about a world of social and climate justice, peace, solidarity, same words, and same pedagogy, service learning. If we analyze quickly the history of service learning, when did the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria started to institutionalize service learning? So the promotion of service learning at the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria began in 2015 with the launch of the University Program for Development, Education, and Social Awareness. And then from 2017 onwards, it's interesting to see that the promotion of service learning at the ULPGC was led by the Cooperation Group for Education for Global Citizenship Development, which has as one of its key objectives the aim to promote service learning. Then 2018, this group, Educational Innovation Group, Educa Multidisciplinar, joins them and helps them to launch more activities and events to promote service learning. And then we have this really, really important moment, 2021, when one of the most significant actions taken to promote service learning was the disapproval by the ULPGC Governing Council of 2 institutional declarations, through which the university formally recognizes the importance of service learning and commits to fostering its implementation. Now, if we look at this institutional declaration, we have certain commitments that the university makes. And these commitments are recognition within Docentia. Docentia is a program we have that evaluates how well we teach, okay? So the quality of our teaching. The second one is commitment to developing training programs. So we need training. We need good, people to come here and teach us how to do service learning. We also need visibility of service learning projects. So if we do them, they must be visible. Probably more people will join us. And then support for service learning, provision of necessary health and civil liability insurance, and creation of stable structures to support the planning. We'll move quite quickly because we have very little time and we need to get to the end. So maybe we can just see that training in the last 4 years is quite stable. So we hope this will continue like this. Recognition within Docentia, there is no difference between service learning and other pedagogies, other methodologies. So maybe that would be one piece of advice. Organization of service learning events. The University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria has been involved in many important events, actually in 3 out of the 5 conferences. So it would be good to continue like this, although we must see that behind the organization of these important events, there's always the same people, the people that belong to one group of innovation. Then the experiences of service learning, we have selected 11 experiences of service learning. Here we have some of them, just for you to see that service learning is trying to thrive. So we don't have time to go over all of them, but there is these neighborhood cooperatives, for example, awareness workshop on social realities, teaching Spanish as a second language. This is Anna's project. And then also some math service learning experience for developing computational thinking in a mathematical talent stimulation. If you can dream it, you can achieve it. This is my project, and the students have to write a motivational story for people who belong to different associations. And so if we go like one by one, these were our research questions. And these were the documents we based on. So what we think we have achieved is a deeper understanding of service learning and its integration into the educational offerings of the ULPGC. We also think we have highlighted both the advances made and the challenges that persist in the process of institutionalization. So the conclusion is that there is a commitment of the ULPGC to social responsibility and its connection to the surrounding local and social environment. But there is still this critical challenge, namely ensuring the sustainability of these actions and making progress towards fulfilling the commitments set forth in its institutional declarations. So how can the coral reef thrive? This is the question, right? We have a very beautiful coral reef, but how can it thrive? How can service learning be established as a core pedagogical tool within the university's educational offerings? So our recommendations are by creating institutional recognition through programs such as Docentia, specific recognition for service learning pedagogy, which implies a lot of work. Establishing a stable administrative and technical support structure. At this moment, we just do service learning, but there is nobody who can tell us that this is good. This is, this technical, we know we have like a technical table with all the information we have created, we have designed, and nobody's there like an expert to tell us this is correct. You've done it very well. We need standardized training and securing healthcare and legal coverage throughout project execution. Sometimes many teachers just don't do service learning because they have this issue of the healthcare and legal coverage when they leave the university. Focusing on professionalization, professionalizing service learning or educational innovative project management with qualified assessors. And we also think that it would be good to seek partnership and funding opportunities to attract students. So these are the references, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Anna. And Bianca, right? Anna, Bianca and Anna. Right. Thank you very much. Thank you for this valuable presentation. I have so many questions, in fact, but I think we will. I think we will have enough time later on to develop on this question. So, please, is there any question or any comment from the attendee? Well.
I know we are.
Yeah, here we are. So I was wondering. I will try to catch up the last things you said. You mentioned that you need a kind of assessment, and that someone, or I don't know who, or any organization or whoever will tell you if it is good or not what you are doing, right? But to me, if you respond to students' need and you keep on, I would say teaching, giving them, providing them with all this, I would say, knowledge, practical knowledge, I would say, disciplinary knowledge, and to trigger their commitments also in many projects with responding to society needs. But this is the biggest challenge for us, is that we have a contemporary society challenges and even European also, I would say, regulatory framework. So why do you feel you need that?
Yeah. I think that I can tell you my experience. Last year, I was really interested in taking language learning motivation to the society, and to the society that really needs it. So I thought of transferring this information to NGOs, for example, so to children and teenagers that really needed to be motivated. And I found myself in March, so we had to start the project in September. I found myself completely alone. So I didn't have one person or one department where to, send an email. So I sent 10 emails, 10 different emails to different people, and everyone helped me, but it took a lot of time. So it was very time consuming. And then I found, because Ana Cano had developed a lot of material, I couldn't find it like really easily, but I found it, and then I created this ficha técnica in Spanish. It's like a technical document that you have to kind of, like table, and you have to fill in all the spaces. So I filled in all the spaces, but I wasn't sure I was doing the right thing. So then I enrolled in a course in November, but the project started in September. I enrolled in a course and I learned a lot. And in that course, I got a lot of feedback. So a lot of things that I was doing, I was worried about even. I was really concerned, a lot of lack of sleep because of reasons that, then the teacher who was delivering the course, who was an expert in service learning, was like, no, but you don't have to worry about this, or you can solve this way. And she was giving me very simple solutions. So I missed that figure, the figure of an expert at the university everyone knew about, or maybe a department at the university, to go there. And for example, this year the project is much better because of this course I did, because of all of the feedback I got on what I was doing. So we are doing a similar project this year, and it's far better because of that.
So maybe one of I would say one of the solutions to this situation is to do some output assessment among students or colleagues, and then out of this output you can figure out all the things that either you will consolidate or you will be improving. Yeah. So it might be, I would say, a kind of solution, because unfortunately we lack this in this type of services that are implemented to respond to the community needs. Very often there are a few persons who are eager to take in charge all this issues, and then of course we need to be innovative. And I would like to tell you, Bianca, that you don't need any legitimacy from anyone, so just go for it, because your involvement and your commitment, this is what will bring further results. So I know that as researchers, and we are stuck within this, that we need approval and we need legitimacy. But legitimacy came also from the ground, from from what you are implementing day-to-day tasks. And this is what is important.
Definitely. I do agree with you. I think that we learn a lot by doing, and I really encourage, all professors, teachers to do this.
To join.
Because it's a very beautiful experience. It takes a lot of time, it's true, and dedication, but it's very rewarding. And I can tell you that meaningful learning that we all want our students to get, it's amazing. So the difference between before starting, just writing a story, because this is what, for example, I do. I just teach them to write a story, so narrative essay. So writing a narrative essay, just giving them the narrative language and narrative techniques, and writing a narrative essay that implies motivation for someone who really needs it. The story is completely different. So they learn the grammar, the vocabulary in a different way.
So thank you. Thank you very much for sharing this wonderful experience. And I will finish with this because it's so passionate. So learning service. So is it an independent entity, or it is related to different departments at the university? Who is in charge and who is running, administratively speaking?
Nobody.
Okay, here we are. Here we are.
Sorry again for my English, but
it's okay.
It is difficult to respond to answer this question from here in the University of Las Palmas. The problem is that we don't have an infrastructure who is responsible
And
for
managing-
service
Okay,
learning.
yeah.
So we have a cooperation group concerned with education for global citizenship that has between its goals service learning, but and also a group for innovation in learning and teaching, who is in charge with service learning, but we need some kind of office or
Of course.
structure, as other Spanish university, for instance, have, who manage the projects.
Of course.
Because if we want to have a project assessed and monitored, and so on, we have to apply for an innovative education program.
Okay.
So this is quite complex.
Yes, and problematic. I totally understand. So please, could you...
In the first phase of EROA 1, we have done a lot about service learning. The Paris 8 and Constance University, they had service learning, and we introduced it in New Bulgarian University using their models. A suggestion, because you are searching which structure your university can manage the service learning. In our university, this is the career center for students, because the career center makes this connection between the university and the communities outside of the university. So you can start from there.
You start from scratch.
Thank you.
Actually, and you
can check all the documentation from the previous stage of EROA.
Thank you.
Thank you. Fantastic. I would like to just quickly say that there is a commitment on the part of the university. So I think we have taken important steps.
Yeah.
So,
sure.
you know, just a commitment, just that, you know, statement saying that we want this to be institutionalized. I think that's really important. And there have been a lot of things done thanks to the hard work of Ana Cano and Aru. So there are groups, okay, there's a lot of hard work behind. And I think that there is just one thing left, right? To have that department, that office, that, you know, that when you write service learning ULPGC, you know exactly who to, you know, contact and who can assess you a bit.
So,
you know?
Bianca, here you have colleagues from NBU and from Paris, Kyriaki from Paris 8, from my university, our university indeed, and they can help with getting this information. So thank you very much. I think tonight, in the late afternoon, we will talk about other issues. Thank you. Now I invite Ariana Alpini and Francesca Ferretti to join the... So, are you Ariana? Francesca. Ariana is not here. Okay, so... Sorry. So, welcome, Francesca. Could you please introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Francesca Ferretti, a postdoc research fellow in private law from the University of Macerata in Italy. And first of all, I would warmly thank to the University of Las Palmas for the hospitality and the ERA Alliance that have made it possible for me to be here. Yes, it's inside the... My colleague, Professor the last one, no? Okay, sorry. No problem. The last one, yes. The Professor Alpini is not here, but this research is a common work, so now I try to present this also for her. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Wait a moment.
Then I have to go on. Oh, okay. 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 Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Our research starts from the idea that law can be considered a subject belonging not only to the social sciences, but also to the humanities, historically including the liberal arts, that is, those domains of knowledge indispensable for the creation of a free citizen. We examine what law actually shares with the humanities and how this connection has an impact on the current legal system. In our perspective, law is considered a set of rules and principles that form a legal system through interpretation. But this dynamic process contains the norm, but also the various world of facts, which includes artistic form of expressions of legal concepts, such as the narrative of myths or the images of Renaissance paintings. Thus, love feeds on culture and it's at the same time a factor on its development. Law is also experience and culture and is therefore considered as an impure science according to the perspective of Salvatore Satta and Giuseppe Capograssi. So, in this perspective, art plays a special role in this context because it penetrates the core of law, that is the art of interpretation. Art is the human expression of the search for self through an evolutionary path of morality that goes beyond the description of the datum and towards the horizon of the imagination. The projectuality of the artist meets that of the jurist, precisely on the interpretation moment. The jurist continually rewrites tradition, thinking of the legal order as a project for a society that can really exist. Jurists are artists when they are able to grasp the unrepeatable intuition of an original solution needed to apply the law to the concrete case. This solution is not based on a partial assessment of reality, but on the ability to consider the unity of complexity provided by the unity of human nature itself. In this perspective of study, law is regarded as a social art, since its purpose is to ensure the material and spiritual well-being and progress of humankind, and its peaceful consistence. The element of creativity makes an artist of every individual who, while respecting natural bonds, finds moral law that are human law created by mankind for itself. Morality is the awareness of freedom as the highest expression of human dignity. The mission of law is to ensure the feasibility of this artistic path for all. This is also why we speak of law as a social art. Since the focus is on human creativity, jurists must take this process into account and adapt their actions to legal thinking. Therefore, we can say that law, through the art of interpretation, can set human beings free. So, the focus on culture resulting from this conception of law can be described as a new legal anthropology. It is anthropology because the jurist derives the living representation of human evolution through the study of the human sciences according to a plurality of mutually fertilizing criteria: historical, philosophical, religious, linguistic, and obviously legal. The element of innovation, instead, is inherent in the adoption of a transdisciplinary methodology, based on the artistic process of reconceptualization. separating and unifying concept of keywords through a mutual cross-fertilization between the humanities and the law. The whole process enriches and expands the semantic area and opens up new fields of legal application. The aim is to provide a methodology that, by activating a cultural and social change, makes the construction of a human legal system possible. This method leads a new approach to the object of work for university professors in their dual role as researchers and teachers. Professors, by choosing a specific teaching approach, shape students' understanding of subject matter and guide their learning processes. And following this approach, we carried out some example of transdisciplinary lesson, first explaining the legal concept from a classical perspective, and then rereading in the light of the process of contamination with the human sciences. So now I have prepared a sample of about the notion of learning, but in order to go quickly, I passed away. So I can describe now another example that we made at the University of Macerata in order to apply this methodology during a lesson about cultural sustainability with a guest sculptor that was Orazio Lopresti. And in this occasion, the artist analyzed the concept of done in a workman-like manner, which encompasses 3 dimensions: action, art, and rule. And in this lesson, the author analyzes also the Botticelli painting, The Birth of Venus, highlighting the dual purpose of art, pedagogical and aesthetic. The Venus astrological representation as a scale is a legal archetype, evoking the familiar image of justice holding scale to balance right and wrong. And so, not only judges but jurists in general are always called to engage in similar act of balancing during the activity. So finally, we concluded that this research method developed is an indispensable tool both for researcher and didactics. The second one is considered from a dual perspective, that of the teacher in the activity of teaching and that of the student in the activity of learning. And the highly independent nature of this activity generates a dual cognitive and communicative feedback loop. This cycle concerns both the relationship between research and didactics in the first cycle and the relationship between teaching and learning in the second cycle. So, in order to conclude, the proposed method adopts an holistic and human-centered approach, placing the human dimension and its need at the center of knowledge. And it is beneficial for law students in particular, but also for university students in general. It's useful for jurists because jurists learn to interpret reality as a whole, overcoming the dichotomy between the legal and metalegal dimensions. But is useful also for each student at university, trained in an anthropocentric method and according to the plurality of interconnected cultural aspects, that became able to study reality in a more critical, comprehensive and inclusive manner. So that's it. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm at your disposal for question and for consideration.
Thank you very much, Francesca. Thank you a lot. Sorry? Okay. Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much. So do you have any comments, please, or any question? Yes, please.
Okay, the main objection of students to such approach may be like that artists are fundamentally subjective. They feel they want to evoke some emotions, etc. And lawyers should be objective. Like Justitia, and she is blind, she can't watch paintings, yes? So how do you answer this
dichotomy? Yeah.
Yes, the observation is very interesting because according to our perspective, the law is not so objective. The idea is, according to the common opinion, law is strict, is obvious, it's clear. But if you study in a very in a deeper way law, you can understand that in law are involved also elements that in appearance are other than law, for example, feelings or art. And the jurist in the concrete case is a sort of artist, because in order to find the solution for the concrete case, that is not only in a court, so the judge, but also jurist when, for example, a scholar write an essay or a lawyer write a defense for a client, you have to collect the different sources of law, and you have to interpret these in order to find a solution. So after a process of interpretation and application, and the jurist should have a sort of intuition, obviously an intuition that
and
is
imagination.
Yes, but is based obviously on rules. But in my opinion, also the artist, as also in the lesson that I've mentioned before, the lesson about the activity made in a workman-like manner. So also artist as a rule. So the solution is to try to find a balancing between the liberty and the rules. I don't know if the answer is clear. I hope.
So it's so convincing, no problem. So, yes, thank you very much, Francesca. My question, I was wondering if it was quite easy, difficult, or quite difficult to gather experts and colleagues from different disciplines, mainly, of course, law and artistic disciplines. So, could you say more about this approach, please?
We have experienced this approach mostly among colleagues, and with students we are trying to do. So we try to talk together among professors. And at the beginning, it was difficult, in my opinion, because we understand that the same word for an artist, for a linguistic professor, for a lawyer are different. But through debate, it was amazing. Find that apart this different, you can find a common nucleus in the humanities, that is the human nature, and you can find the human nature that is declined in different perspective, but it is the same. So at the beginning it was difficult, but after a while it becomes easier and easier.
Yeah, because of dialogues and exchanges, and I would say collaborative discussions and work with colleagues from other disciplines, and then it is possible, right?
Yes, exactly.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So now we will move to Julia and my own presentation, the last one. And I think we will travel to other worlds. So quickly, while Julia is trying to set the PowerPoint, I will introduce her and introduce myself. So Julia Filacapa is a researcher, director, and pedagogue specialized in physical theater and mask performance. She's an associate professor at Theater and Italian Studies departments and at Paris 8 University, Paris 8, and a full member of Saint-Dumont Laboratory. I myself is an associate professor at the Centre de Langue, Center of Languages at University of Paris 8, where I teach English for specific purposes to students specialists of other disciplines, mainly on psychology, among other disciplines. And currently I am the director of the Centre and a full member of the transcript laboratory. Right? Okay, so I will move to another chair. After moving from another panel. Okay, c'est bon. Okay, sorry, you will keep with the slides. Okay, so. Well, we are delighted to take part in this wonderful academic innovation week, where we explore the frontiers of innovation in academic settings. So Julia and I were inspired by Louisa May Alcott, a female American writer who says it takes two flints to make a fire, which means that different viewpoints and skills can spark innovation beyond the frontiers of disciplines. So we tend to consider that collaborative interdisciplinary research is a key leverage to pedagogical innovation. And it is in this way that we consider also that students or our students need to learn how to effectively navigate in multicultural and multilingual settings. What truly matters to us is understanding the student's perspective. We are eager to share insights about what makes a model truly effective in blending disciplinary knowledge and practice, fostering critical thinking, and addressing the multifaceted challenges students can also encounter in both drama and Italian language. Now, I will hand the floor to Julia, who will delve deeper in the implementation of the model.
Our presentation is based on a long-term pedagogical experiment held by myself at the University of Paris 8. The course, Italian Through Theatre, explores an innovative approach to language learning by integrating theatre technique into teaching Italian to beginners. It was designed to address the dual challenge of engaging students and overcoming traditional cognitive barriers in language acquisition. By using interactive and creative method, this approach creates a safe, multisensory environment for students to experiment and express themselves while learning. The collaboration between the language center directed by Annan and the theater department directed by myself demonstrate how interdisciplinary effort can deeply change teaching practices.
So our environment, now I will just give you some key elements of the general context. So our involvement in the various projects and training programs of ERUA led us to reflect on the possibility of reviewing the various pedagogical devices inspired by socio-constructivist theories of education and learning. And it's useful to mention briefly that the origin of project-based learning that we tend to work on it together can be traced back to educators such as John Dewey and Paulo Ferrer. We focus mainly on two devices, learning by doing, like what Bianca said beforehand, and problem solving, highlighting the organic relation between education and personal experience. So even though they come from different backgrounds and have different views on the goals of education, they extensively insisted on the importance of education and training as effective means to transmit knowledge through experiential learning that both foster critical mindset and ability to face real life problems and situations. So in this model, the methodology of IBL highlights the use of artistic practices, particularly theater, to enhance modern language learning. This method is rooted in Vygotsky's social cultural theories and Krashen's affective filter acception, which underlines the importance of reducing anxiety in language learning. So also this experience was held starting from the reflection of glottodrama method that was adjusted according to our institutional and academic expectations and aspirations. So it is worth mentioning its limitation. For example, the original method requires two professionals, a teacher and an artist working together, and focused mainly on oral skills, developing oral skills. However, up at Paris 8, the course has to adapt to a single instructor model and to set the model on a semester-long duration. And also, we have this obligation to ensure well-rounded language development that is aligned with the common European framework of reference standards. So it is crucial to stick to a balance between oral and written communication practices. So these adaptations led to the creation of a unique, I would assume it by saying the unique, three-phase structure course integrating the learning of grammar, learning of theater, and physicality, setting physicality up to make the method both practical, effective, and I would say lively in a university setting. Now, Julia will explain in details her body's approach in language learning. Thank you, Julia.
So this approach combines language acquisition with physical theater technique, such as acting, improvisation, and memorization, by using the body as a tool for expression and memory. This method appeals the cognitive, emotional, and social dimension, offering students a more holistic learning experience. In fact, as numbers studies, especially in neuroscience, demonstrate that if a student is exposed to a multisensory input, not only linguistic one, but also visual, tactile, and auditory, the students learn better. The multisensory experience is made possible and vivid by the peripersonal space through the body. Therefore, the memory representation becomes more stable because it is delegated to other part of the body. The other word, learning passes through the body because memory tends to remain active longer than memories created using a single sensory channel. Now I show you three of pedagogical devices. So the first one, can you see in the slide, this is the learning by touch. So I have adapted several exercises based on physical theater to allow the student to learn some specific vocabulary. Like, for example, in that slide, the body, the part of the body that are explored by touch, of course, in a comfortable and safe space.
Yeah, no worries in this regard.
Second tool that I called emotional grammar is about the fact that body is a vector and the emotions are embodied in precise direction. So, for example, where we are happy, usually our body is naturally stretched up. Instead, when we feel sad, our body tends to feel down. So the body language helps students to get involved in a theater of stylization while overcoming the verbal language and its possible cognitive barriers, instead to focus in a more to the body interaction. And then the fourth one, that for me is the most important, so the emotional grammar, which is an important tool, is grounded in the dramaturgy of mask that stem from commedia dell'arte. Both mask and commedia dell'arte are the component that trigger the creation of dramatic situation. To foreign language becomes the language of the mask that contribute to freeing of one's emotional, cognitive and physical skill. So we arrive to the structure of the course that is based in 3 phases. First one, this is the phases that is immersion and physical preparation of the student. The second one is based on a traditional desk learning, and I provide some students with grammar rules basis. And then the third one is the phases that the student coming back on the stage and the musical physical theater technique and collaborative improvisation to deepen their connection with the language. And that this structure culminates in a creation of a performance. Yes, of course. So to go to the end, we can say that the outcome of this course extend beyond the language acquisition. In fact, theatrical practices improve public speaking, self-confidence, and develop teamwork skill. I would conclude by saying that this holistic approach not only teach Italian, but also equips students with lifelong communication and collaborative skills.
Thank you, Giulia. Now it is worth sharing with you the participation of the CDL students to an international festival of foreign language theater. So Giulia and her students have participated 4 times in TLIT Festival, with each performance based on her classwork. And just I think you have noticed that it is a course dedicated to beginners A1.1 and A1.2 at best, I would say. So so we will of course show you a short extract of the last performance adapted from The Deserted City by Italo Calvino. I'm sorry, Giulia, I will really feel frustrated if we cannot read it or you can just perform it this way, but I think we can, as I am the chair, we can allow 5 minutes more. So what is it about? A solitary traveler, Anacleto, stumbles upon a deserted, enchanted city. Its only inhabitants are the enigmatic Fior di Spina, a princess lost in illusions, and her attendants, Polidoro and Maggiordomo. As 2 witches drape the city in a dreamlike veil, Anacleto and Polidoro compete for the heart of the enchanting Fior di Spina, trapped in her own fantasies. So the masks are unveiled and the desolate city becomes a stage. As for students, a ceaseless performance mirroring the grand theater of life. So,
che ora sarà?
Let's make honor to our...
Gli orologi sono tutti fermi a ore diverse. Dove crede di andare? Non vede che cielo rosso? Ti ho colto sul fatto! Wow! Borseggi! E devo fare tutto io!
Yeah, from the beginning. On est bien.
Che ora sarà? Gli orologi sono tutti fermi a ore diverse. Dove crede di andare? Non vede che cielo rosso? Ti ho colto sul fatto! Wow! Borseggi! E devo fare tutto io!
Qui una fatta cespuglosa!
Innocente! Innocente! Adesso! Presto! Colpo di matita magica! Califo di Baghdad!
Aspettate che le prime carrozze abbiano fatto il loro ingresso nello spiazzo del parco.
Al vostro servizio, Altezza.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And we will conclude by saying that this experiment demonstrates that theater-based language learning can foster intrinsic motivation and a sense of achievement among students who are beginners, who at the at the beginning were improving a kind of anxiety by combining cognitive, emotional, and physical dimensions. The course manages to create a rich learning environment that promotes engagement, self-expression, and collaboration. And this approach has inspired other collaborations with European universities, and we hope it will continue to evolve, showing how interdisciplinary practices can transform traditional teaching methods. Thank you very much for your attention. So, any questions or comments? Yeah.
Hi, thanks a lot for your contribution. I'm Edith Cognini from Macerata University, and I teach educational linguistics, and one of my main interests is also the teaching of Italian as a foreign language, so I'm very interested. I found that amazing that you could organize all that within a course of Italian, so credits. And I was wondering, they are beginners because they are A1 level, and I was interested on how you work with the texts. I mean, do you simplify the text, the literary text? Do you facilitate somehow? How do you work with the text before the performance, of course?
Yeah, so thank you so much for your question. It depends, and this is the reason why I decide to work in the mask universe, because in fact, what I call the dramaturgy of mask permit in a way to simplify the text and to give the text to the student in a way that they can learn. It depends to the show that I build, so I have 36 hours with students in a semester, and this is the basis. After a group, the student that won't come with me in Italy to that international festival, we work other module, so other 36 here hour. So for the first show that I made with them, yes, we work together in a Canva from Commedia dell'arte, Arlecchino Soldat Malgré lui. It was a Canva from Commedia dell'arte, Lysistrata, and the second one is about the Petit Prince. I make an adaptation, and then I don't know if you know La città abbandonata, but Italo Calvino wrote only that one text in 72 before to the Roman, and the dramaturgy, it's very simple, so I can adapt it to the students. So we work in the text and they learn it by themselves, but before us someone have said the same thing, that we the focus, it's not in speak Italian. This focus is to make a good performance. So they are very involved in it.
Yeah, and they forget about their
the notation, the evaluation,
and the lack of vocabulary and the stuff. Yes. Yes, please.
Hi, Diana Yankova, New Bulgarian University. Thank you for this very interesting presentation. I teach languages, but also at New Bulgarian University we have theater studies, and we have this lovely theater where we can do this.
Of course.
But,
so you can invite us.
Because we want to make a festival.
Yeah,
so. As long as you find the funding, I'll invite you. Yeah?
Okay, so we will find it together within the alliance.
So my question was, are these language students or theater students?
Very good question. So both one.
Because what I saw is like professional actors.
Yeah,
they were so good. You know?
I said the same.
The actor, the student that you see in that video are both from theater and both from other
disciplines. Other disciplines.
Yes.
Yeah, they are.
And for that, I put the accent in that body methodology, because through the body, we go on a psychological problem about I need to interpret something, and so I believe in the powerness of body, and so the students are more free, and at the end the results are quite interesting, as you see.
And also, what about the funding? Do you get the funding from the theater department, or
who funds for the performance?
For the performance, for everything.
Yeah. So for everything, we have a very great international service. So they provide the funding to bring the show in Italy. And the other one, it's...
sorry, I should just precise that it is through Erasmus plus mobility.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And the other part, it's made by us. Homemade.
And is it just for Italian or other foreign languages as well?
So this is the plane.
Yeah, this is our next step. Next big project is that we will make it multilingual. Yeah. And we'll, and I hope, and just, to say that it will be a big job, but we are very motivated to do it, because when we
I mean, when we figure out such results, then we are eager to continue. And also because we have also, in our university, there is a language festival that is held each year. And also the students, they perform in this festival. So they perform also on the local level, and then we move to the international level.
Yeah.
Well done. It's
Thank you.
Excellent idea.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
So maybe there was, No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Well, it's just a very quick question. Kinesthetic learning is missing in our classrooms. And, learning through the body in general, kinesthetics. So we are sitting in the classroom.
Totally.
Even when we flip the classroom, most of the time our body is static. So I wonder if you have thought about how to implement kinesthetic learning with stage performances, or also stage, like the embodiment of learning for the teaching of other subjects, not just language.
Oh yes,
it's quite common to have language taught by movement. I remember there was a teacher at our university years ago in Macerata. I come from the University of Macerata. My name is Michela Meschini. Sorry for not saying that before. And she used to teach English through yoga.
Oh yeah, sure,
30 years ago. And she was very popular, and it worked. So I wonder how it could be put to use, this kinesthetic learning in other disciplines
and in other settings.
Yes, not just to teach languages. And also it could be interesting, but probably Bianca is going to say the same, in service learning. It could be employed. Even the
Of course, and of course. And for example, so in Paris 8, I do that class to teach Italian. Okay, but for example, I made a lot of international projects, creative one, and we work with people that doesn't speak the language, the common language, or doesn't speak English. So I work a lot of in Serbia, a lot of in Hungary, with Roma people also. So through the body, through the mask, we be able to connect people and have a common language. Yeah.
And I would add that regarding to other disciplines that you mentioned, I think we should create interdisciplinary teams, you see, working on various kind of literacies. You see, this common literacy will help to, I would say, to dig in different disciplines, topics, and I would say that in each discipline there is, for example, a kind of epistemological, you see, progress, and also if we can work with I would say, the evolution of the discipline, then we can find topics or stories or whatever, like Giulia did with Italo Calvino, or you see. So I think it is important, and I would say even fundamental, to develop interdisciplinary teams so as to think about how to implement this approach in other disciplines. Definitely, and this is what we are doing in Paris 8, as we are focusing on transdisciplinarity and transversal also topics. You are welcome. And we are here if ever you want to launch any projects, and we can get in touch. And if you are interested, we can work out a group and we can exchange also ideas and share ideas.
Of course.
Right. Any other question, please? No. Yes, Bianca?
I have a question. Well, first of all, thank you very much, Giulia and Hanan, for this amazing, magnificent contribution.
Thank you.
Because of sharing, sharing this with us. I was interested in, because you mentioned overcoming cognitive barriers, and you also talked about using the mask. And I was wondering if you, when you use the mask, if you think of students adopting a different identity and forgetting a bit about that, emotional part, anxiety, especially anxiety when we speak a language, especially when we speak it. I was wondering if you have any insights on this part.
Sure.
Thank you.
In your previous speaking presentation, you say something that for me is the basis of my work, because you say that that the rule and the contract permit to be creative. And in the same way, for me, the mask, it's a tool to permit to the student to have a comfort zone. It's quite trouble, because it's the mask permit to dévoiler,
to unveil,
something that is very deep, but also to cacher.
To hide,
hide your identity. So this is a bifocal methodological position, and it's in any way the mask permits to create a comforting zone to the student to forget himself and to be capable to
transcend his own anxiety, and they are no more concerned with how others will look at me or how others will judge my level of language or my lack of vocabulary. So they let themselves go and perform, and they start learning, and it's amazing the way. And of course, each time we have the impression that they are professionals, but then we discovered that they are A1-2 level. So it's just incredible the way the mask is an effective tool to trigger, I would say, our potentialities. Yeah, please. Do you want to? No, okay. Yes, please.
Thank you very much for this presentation. I'm Daria Lazarenko from New Bulgarian University, Professor Yankov's colleague, Diana Yankova's colleague. We have an intense interest in your project because we work on similar projects. We have been doing a project where the psychology department cooperated with the theater department on helping kids with autism socially integrate and develop communicative skills. And we have worked on a theater project with Roma kids. So we're doing very similar work. And we also have this course, Shakespeare through theater. So learning to read Shakespeare through enacting Shakespeare through theater, which is quite a natural way to get to know Shakespeare. But my question is about evaluation, because you said you have a written exam and you also evaluate the performance, which is probably the challenge, the difficult part, because you are definitely boosting the students' confidence through this course, which is amazing. So how do you deal with this challenge? Because it's really hard to evaluate the creative part. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart for suggesting to create a group. We would definitely love to join and cooperate on further projects.
You're welcome. So how would you fit
in the CDL center
languages?
We have to be in the European evaluation.
We have to comply with the European framework of language.
And for that reason, when I started that research-based 10 years ago, I started to look at the other similar methodology, and I found that Glotto Drama 1, that it became from an European project, very interesting one. But for for us, it's not good, because in that typology of glottodrama method, they take care only for the oral
skills and not written.
We can't do that, because the idea that my student that make with me APAN1 and APAN2, the next year can go in the upper level without theater and with another teacher. So the idea is that in 5
they
years,
improve their level.
Mm-hmm. So I really adapt that methodology to have that second step in which we work in the desk and we really made exercise.
Traditional exercises. Basic
traditional
exercises.
So that combinate method permit to have an artistic result, but also a grammatical one. And at the end of the year, I made the same exam that my other colleagues done in Italy for the level A1.1 and A1.2, because the idea is that our students are all
we harmonize all the exams. And I would add something very relevant in this regard, which is when they work on physical theater, and I know the way Julia is leading this type of work, is that the students have no choice just to become rigorous. And it is easily after that to make them do a lot of grammar exercises. They won't complain because it is very physical and they apply with discipline. And this is what is great about this kind of methodology. And it could be also, I was wondering, through sports. You see, I remember we were to Constance University with a group of students on a different project. And the students were complaining about, are we going to work the whole day? And I say, of course we will. We have a program and we have to comply with the program. And then with my colleague, my German colleague, we say, okay, how can we trigger them and how can we force them, but in a very smooth way? So we decided that to make them visit a huge campus, and they kept walking for 2 hours. And then after that, they performed the program with no complaining. So I think sometimes, and this is also part of the process, because we consider that our students are so static, and we are becoming also static because of all these technology devices and so on. So I think this is why I said that interdisciplinary, I would say, research can really, with education, science of education, psychologists, cognitivists, and so on, will really help in improving our teaching methods. Thank you very much. It was so passionate to share this experience with you, and I hope we will manage, to be together in a while. Thank you very much. We just came at 2:00 in the morning, so we are...
Thank you very much, Hanane. Thank you very much. Now we are going to have lunch in another building, and you can follow me. We have 1 hour and a half, because we want to start at 3 p.m. Okay? Thank you.
We recover for registering the session of today the intervention of Milka Hatkovetkova, academic presentation training, a flipped classroom tool to enhance academic communication in an E&I environment, an intervention that was arranged in the program early in the morning, but we have a little problem. It can be possible to present in this moment, and now we recover this presentation as video and started with it. Thank you.
Good morning, dear colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you this morning. My name is InnoEducaTIC. I teach English for academic purposes and commission courses at New Bulgarian University. Today I'm going to talk about academic presentation training, a flipped classroom tool to enhance academic communication in an EMI environment. Academic presentations were in fact in the focus of a few courses taught in the program of bachelor's degree program in applied foreign languages for administration and management. The program is and the courses there are taught in English and the second foreign language. Students who underwent the training and were subjects to the study presented today were in fact of many nationalities. Some of them were Bulgarians, some of them Greeks. There were many Nigerians at some point during a period of 5 years from 2017 to 2022. So they underwent the training and the data which I collected, in fact, gave rise to today's talk. In fact, the data was collected thanks to questionnaires which the students filled in, interviews with them about their views on different styles of presenting in their mother tongues and English, discussions which were held with them during the sessions, in-class presentation discussions and observations, peer and lecturers' feedback, and naturally self-assessment surveys. Today I'm going to talk about the importance of academic presentations and why I think it's a significant tool in a flipped classroom, factors which impact on speakers, and I'm going to suggest a model which, when followed, many students feel comfortable with and find it efficient. Starting with academic presentations and characteristic features of them, they align with the principles of pragmatics, pragmalinguistics, and sociolinguistics, as well as semiotics. Talking about pragmatics, students have to be aware of the intentions when they speak on a certain topic. They have specific goals, either to persuade or to inform, and naturally to engage their audiences. Their talks depend much on their audience's knowledge and expectations, so they have to conform to the context as well, and they have to choose appropriate tone and politeness. In this way, they have a number of strategies developed. As far as pragmalinguistics and sociolinguistics are concerned, students have to be aware of the discourse markers of different signposting, transitions, and have to be aware of linguistic choices which they have to make. Naturally, there are cultural conventions when we talk about academic discourse, formal and informal English, and how much formal a presentation is expected to be, as well as cross-cultural communication skills which are developed and are very important with view to language diversity and possible misunderstandings which might arise. Semiotics and the principles, the modeling systems which are developed in this field, primary, secondary, and tertiary modeling systems. The primary modeling system concerns prelinguistic signs, so all the gestures, facial expressions, and eye contact are very important, and this is part of the training as well, to make students aware how important body language is when they deliver their presentations. The secondary modeling system, the language per se, which is a primary tool for communication, and the choices they have to make with appropriate language. And naturally, the tertiary modeling system, which is culture and culturally specific options they have. Academic presentation training very much instills skills related to mediation, and mediation skills are very important for the Council of Europe and its issue of enriching the 21st century language education. It's the CEFA Companion, which was published in 2022, and their interaction is described as not just the sum of reception and and production. And in this case, academic presentations are obviously not only the sum of reception and production, but they construct new meanings as well. As far as flipped classrooms are concerned, academic presentations, which are student-centered, give students autonomy and develop their knowledge, skills, and engage them in their higher education studies. As far as factors which impact speakers are concerned, the culturally specific features of academic presentations in English, and culture itself is a great factor. Anxiety is another factor, as well as personality types and traits which characterize different students. Cultural characteristics which students have to be aware of are, in fact, the host views on low context cultures and high context cultures and the differentiation between them. So low context cultures rely on explicit language. There are explicit rules following explicit logic and direct expression, while high context cultures are more implicit in their expression. They have their contextualized rules and communication is usually indirect. A country which is an example of high context culture is in fact Bulgaria, while English and English-speaking countries are all examples of low context culture. As far as different cross-cultural differences are concerned, Kaplan, back in 1966, drew these diagrams of the logic behind different paragraphs and essays written by students in the United States who belonged to different nationalities. As you can see, the straight line which describes English and English-speaking countries' logic and development of paragraphs and essays differs drastically from Romance and Russian curved lines, and Bulgarian culture usually resembles in fact the Russian curved line. As far as communication anxiety is concerned, it is good for students to know that it's absolutely natural to be anxious and to be nervous while speaking to audiences. I used the personal report of communication apprehension anxiety scale, which was developed by Young and McCroskey, and in fact compared the figures which described the anxiety in US students and students in applied foreign languages for administration and management. As you can see, the mean total score of the Bulgarian students before the training was 75.9, and after the training the mean total score was 67.9. So there was a considerable decline in the level of anxiety, especially public speaking apprehension, which was higher than American college counterparts, and in fact was impacted much by the training conducted. You can see here the group discussion apprehension and the comparison between the American students, NBU students, before and after completing the training. Personality types of importance as well. I used Holland's theory, who suggested that there are 6 different types of personalities. So the students in the program in Applied Foreign Languages for Administration and Management proved that they belonged to all 6 types. However, the majority of students belong to the investigative type. There proved to be a lot of autistic students and social type students. Different types of students needed different topics to be interested in, different strategies to engage them in the training, and they proved to be successful at the end of the training. So I suggest a model which is based on 3 approaches for teaching of English as a foreign language. And they rely on nonverbal cue knowledge and being aware of different nonverbal behaviors which are typical of English-speaking countries, as well as different types of presentations. As far as approaches are concerned, the natural approach, which is promoted by Krashen, and the 5 hypotheses which belong to it, gave rise to, in fact, the idea of the input hypothesis, the input being a bit higher than the actual level of the students, and with academic presentations it is the case because they have to collect information and to process it. Task-based learning and the communicative approach to the cycle of pre-task, task, and reviewing the task, which in fact corresponds to the stages of planning and working on academic presentations, and Suggestopedia, which was developed by the Bulgarian Professor Georgi Luzanov, and the tenets of which claim that people learn when they are calm and when they have input from an authority. In this case, the authority is reliable information which is collected. And another tenet of Suggestopedia is that learners are supposed to play different parts, different roles. And in case of academic presentations, many students have to adopt different roles of executives, of people who work in different companies. So this role-taking model is very much applicable in this case. Being aware of nonverbal cue knowledge, I decided to use this test, which tackles 81 statements which relate to nonverbal communication. And the statements are very typical of the English-speaking cultures. So Bulgarian students were very much interested to get aware of the different principles when communicating in an English-speaking environment. Different types of presentations, students were aware of the possibility to deliver mini presentations based on news bulletins, which served as a preliminary stage at which they started developing their academic presentation skills. The formats of TED Talks and Pecha Kucha were discussed in order to be aware of the modern trends and to know what to expect. And the model which I suggest and which was in fact used in the academic presentation training as far as slides were concerned, and naturally afterwards there were strategies how to deliver and how to talk based on these slides and not read naturally, is this minimalistic presentation containing 8 slides, which are in fact very strictly organized, having 3 main ideas, in this case communication skills, study skills, future careers. Each of the main ideas uses one slide to be explained, so to say, and a summary which repeats the overview and as well as references, a references slide and a thank you slide. So students are supposed to talk, not to read, and to get out of their zones of comfort, having pages in front of them and being focused on reading what they have prepared. So these are my references. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'll be glad to answer all the questions which may arise. Thank you.